A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Annie, what are you doing here?
I was just about to ask you the same thing. Say, did you get a phone call, too?
Yeah, I just got the tip to get down here to the Blue Note right away.
Yeah, so did I. I wonder what it's all about.
Search me.
Well, come on in. Let's go and find out.
Okay. Hey, wait a minute. Hold on. You hear that?
Yeah, the police car.
Look down the street. There it is. It's coming this way, too.
Something must be up there really traveling. It's stopping here.
Logan.
Captain Logan.
Casey, Miss Williams. How'd you get here so soon?
What do you mean? What's up?
Can't I go anywhere without you two beating me there?
Oh, so you got the tip, too.
Yeah. I got a call to get down here to the Blue Note and fast.
Well, maybe the criminal's still in there.
Let Logan go first, then.
Yeah, I'll get my gun ready. Now, follow me. Stand back when I open the door.
Everything's quiet. No music. No piano.
Let's go in.
There's Herman Chittison by the piano.
Look at him. He's not moving. Somebody must be holding a gun on him from behind the bar.
Woof, woof. 1, 2, 3.
You hear that?
Woof, woof.
It's Ethelbert.
Hey, Ethelbert must have gone crazy.
That's it. Maybe a dog did him, a mad dog.
Woof, woof, woof. 1, 2, 3. Woof.
Look, there he is. Near the back of the bar. Hey, Ethelbert. Shh.
Woof, woof. 1, 2, 3. Woof, woof.
Look, there's a man back there with a bag of tools.
That's the crook. Stick him up, you. I got you covered.
Hey, wait a minute, Captain Logan. He ain't no crook.
Well, who is he?
He's Bill Pearson, the engineer the Columbia Broadcasting System sent over to put in this microphone.
Microphone?
Yeah, this little thing here. That engineer told me to keep saying woof 1, 2, 3 into it. That's what they used to test with.
Oh, Ethelbert, so that's it.
What is this, anyhow? What's going on around here?
That's what I'd like to know.
Why, didn't Tony Marvin tell you?
Nobody tells me anything.
Oh, here he comes now. Hello, Mr. Marvin.
Hiya. Hi. Hello, Casey, Miss Williams,
Hi,
Captain
Tony.
Logan. Uh-huh. Say, am I late, Ethelbert?
No, you're just on time, Mr. Marvin.
On time? Well, what's he on time for?
The broadcast.
Broadcast?
Oh.
Yeah, now, look. Let's have some of that Blue Note music, Herman, sort of get in the mood.
I still don't get it.
Well, look, I'll tell you. You see, our sponsor, Anchor Hocking, is having a convention today, and they all want to meet you. So we're going to broadcast from the Blue Note here directly to Lancaster, Ohio.
So that's what all this microphone business is about.
Yep. And now here's the setup. I'm going to introduce each of you to the boys out in Lancaster, and I want you to say hello to them. Say, have you got the line through to Lancaster, Bill?
All set whenever you're ready, Tony. Wait just a second.
Huh?
I want to comb my hair.
Hey, you don't have to do that to broadcast, you dope.
No?
That's when you're having your picture taken.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Well, here we go. Hello, Lancaster, and all you good people of the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation. This is Tony Marvin speaking from the Blue Note Cafe. We have most of the members of the Crime Photographer cast with us, and I'd like to introduce them to you. First of all, I'd like you to meet the fellow who plays Casey, Stotts Cotsworth, a great actor and a great salesman for Anchor Hocking.
Thank you, Tony. How do you do, Anchor Hocking? Well, this is kind of a surprise to me, but all kidding aside, I'm mighty glad to have this opportunity to talk to you. I wish I could be with you out there in person. Well, I guess the only thing that I have that most other salesmen for Anchor Hocking don't have is a chance to call regularly on 35 million people.
That's right. Crime Photographer is reaching regularly more than 1/4 of the 140 million people in the United States.
And the way I figure it is that practically all of those people are prospects for the containers and closures that Anchor Hocking makes and that you fellas sell. The people that I call on may not buy by the carload or even by the gross, but their everyday purchases of foods and beverages and medicines and household products packed in glass and sealed with Anchor Hocking caps are what make it possible for manufacturers to buy containers and caps by the carload. And remember, your Crime Photographer program has barely gotten started. We've been building up slowly to the time when we'd have a real selling job to do. Well, as I understand it, that time is here.
Right, Stotts. That time is here. Competition is back. People are shopping around for things again. They're not just buying what they can find.
Well, I suspect that goes for manufacturers as well as the people we talk to directly on the radio. That situation calls for selling. Selling against other types of containers and against other manufacturers of glass containers and metal and molded closures. You can count on us as radio salesmen for Anchor Hocking to do our level best to try and keep up with the swell job that you're doing as direct salesman for Anchor Hocking. Now, if Tony Marvin will let me, I'd like to present our leading lady, a charming actress and a charming person, Miss Jan Miner, who plays the part of Ann Williams.
Thanks, Stutz. Although I've talked to a lot of people over the air, this is the first time I've ever talked to a sales convention. But I'm awfully glad to be here. And hello, Anchor Hocking. The part of Ann in Crime Photographer was originated by Leslie Woods, one of the finest actresses in radio. And not so many weeks ago, she got herself married to a young architect and sailed for Europe. All of which is by way of explanation why I am on your program, Crime Photographer. And it's really wonderful for me because Crime Photographer is not only one of the absolutely top shows now on the air, but we all believe that it's going even farther. And as Stotts Cotsworth told you, we reach regularly more than 35 million people. And that's a little awe-inspiring. It gives us two great responsibilities. One, to give those people clean, decent, and amusing entertainment. And two, to get sales results for our sponsor. All of us feel these responsibilities deeply and shall try never to let anyone down. And now here's Tony Marvin again.
Well, I'd like to add that Jan Miner herself is one of the loveliest girls and one of the finest actresses in radio. And now, here's the host of the Blue Note Cafe in person, that rare philosopher, John Gibson, whom you know as Ethelbert.
Hey, Ethelbert, you're on. You're on.
Yeah, Casey. What do you have? Your usual?
Ethelbert, we're broadcasting. Tony just introduced you. Where have you been?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Oh, what? Oh, I was just back opening a bottle of beer for Captain Logan.
Oh, so the lug couldn't wait. Here, Ethelbert, can you reach the mic? Say hello to the Anchor Hocking folks out in Lancaster.
Yeah, Casey, I can lean over the bar. Hiya, fellas. What should I say?
Anything. Go ahead.
Well, let's see. Oh, yeah, I want to say that any time any of you is in the vicinity of the Blue Note Cafe, I hope you'll stop in and let me set 'em up on the house. We got milk, if you like that, and then we got that cool, pleasant beverage that comes in the new one-way bottle I've been hearing so much about. And I want you to know there's only one kind of beer you can buy here, and that's bottled beer.
Hello, Ethelbert.
Hello. Hello, Grace. Shh, we're broadcasting.
Well, why don't you call her over to say a few words, Ethelbert?
You think it'll be all right?
Sure.
Grace? I guess she's gone on back to the... they don't want to hear her anyway. Oh, yes, what I wanted to say, there's one point no one has mentioned so far, and that's how much fun we get playing together every week. That's what some people call teamwork. Now, take Herman Chittison, our pianist. He has his own program on the air every Saturday night. He makes a lot of records, and you have to pay $2 for a scotch to hear him at the nightclubs. But he started out on the air here at the Blue Note. And he's such a loyal guy, and he likes it so well here that you just couldn't keep him away. You want to talk some more now, Mr. Marvin? I guess that's about all I have to say.
Oh, thanks, Ethelbert. Yes, we still have to hear from Bernard Lenrow, known to you people at Anchor Hocking and the radio audience as Captain Logan, chief of the homicide squad. And now that he's finished that bottle of beer, how about a few words, Bertie?
Yes, Tony. I do want to add my greetings to the Anchor Hocking Convention. And I'd like to take this opportunity to say that all of us of the Crime Photographer program will do our best to keep Anchor Hocking the most famous name in glass.
Thanks, Bernard Lenrow, and thanks, everyone. Say, Stotts.
Yeah, Tony.
Have you got your camera with you?
Oh, have I, Tony?
Well, look, while we're all here together, why don't you take a picture of us, and we can send some copies of it out to Anchor Hocking.
Sure, that's a good idea.
That's a swell idea, Tony.
Stotts, you've got a self-timer on your speed graphic, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then you can get in the picture, too.
Oh, don't worry. I'll get in it, Tony. Look, why don't we all get over here around the piano? Herman can be playing, and we'll all stand around him.
Mm-hmm. Right. Look, I don't know if you people at Anchor Hocking know it or not, but Stotts Cotsworth is quite an amateur photographer in real life as well as playing a photographer on the air. So while he's setting up his camera, why don't we listen to a little music from Herman Chittison? It's all yours, Herman. I guess Stott says that picture by now. So this is Tony Marvin saying goodbye on behalf of John Dietz, the director, Alonzo Dean Cole, the writer, Archie Blyer, who conducts the Anchor Hocking Orchestra, and the entire cast of Crime Photographer, Anchor Hocking's own radio show. Literally, thousands of housewives have asked us for a Fire King oven glass roaster big enough to take a good-sized leg of lamb or a rib roast of beef, sturdy yet beautiful, as is all Fire King oven glass, and priced for people who know a bargain when they see it. Well, here it is, the new Fire King oven glass covered roaster. You can watch the roast without lifting the cover, and this special kind of oven glass comes clean in a jiffy. You'll find the Fire King oven glass roaster tomorrow morning at your favorite chain, variety, hardware, or department store, and its price is incredibly low. Yes, this big Fire King roaster, complete with cover, costs only $1 in most parts of the country and only a few cents more west of the Rockies. It's well worth a special trip to the store. You'll recognize it immediately by its pale blue color, and I know you'll be glad to hear that, like all Fire King oven glass, this big new roaster is guaranteed for a full 2 years against oven breakage. Fire King oven glass is a product of Anchor Hocking, a great name in glass. I hope you had a dinner tonight as delicious as the one I had before I came to the studio. Here's what happened at my house.
Really, Dorothy, I don't know when I've tasted such delicious roast beef.
Oh, thank you, Mother.
I hope I can take some credit for teaching you to cook.
Oh, I do give you all the credit in the world. But some credit has to go to my new kind of roaster.
A new kind of roaster?
Yes. It's made from that wonderful Fire King oven glass, the heat-resistant oven glass Tony tells us about on the Crime Photographer program.
Oh.
Why, it absorbs oven heat so thoroughly and evenly that it's almost impossible to make a mistake.
Well, I should think it would be an enormous advantage to use glass for roasting, because you don't have to lift up the cover to see whether the roast is browning.
Yes, and not only that, this special kind of glass comes clean in a jiffy.
Was it very expensive?
Oh, I should say not, Mother. It cost only $1, complete with a Fire King oven glass cover.
Yes, that was one of the most delicious meals I ever ate. And here are a few more things Dorothy and Mother were talking about. This new Fire King oven glass covered roaster is guaranteed for a full 2 years against oven breakage. It's as attractive as it is sturdy and dependable, yet, as Dorothy said, it costs only $1 at your favorite chain, variety, hardware, or department store, and only a few cents more west of the Rockies. Fire King oven glass roasters are now available only in limited quantities, so I would advise you to do your shopping early tomorrow. And remember, Fire King oven glass is a product of Anchor Hocking, a great name in glass. I have something here in the studio tonight that I wish every one of you could see. It's a complete set of the new Fire King tableware, and I can't begin to tell you how really beautiful it is. It has an attractive bullseye pattern and a delicate pale blue color. And like your old friend, Fire King oven glass, this new Fire King tableware is heat resistant. And the most important point, I haven't even touched on. You can buy service for 6 people for only $3.85, and only a few cents more west of the Rockies. 6 cups and saucers, 6 fruit dishes, 6 salad plates, 6 soup plates, 6 big 9 1/4-inch dinner plates, a large vegetable bowl, and a platter 12 by 9 inches. Of course, it's not necessary to buy a complete service. Individual pieces of Fire King tableware cost as little as 10 cents. Yes, I certainly wish you could be here to see this amazing bargain for yourselves. Well, the next best thing is to go down to your favorite chain, variety, hardware, or department store and see it there. Fire King tableware and Fire King oven glass are both products of Anchor Hocking, a great name in glass. Now, let's listen in on a conversation which occurred earlier this evening.
Why, Mary, what a lovely dinner service. Is it something new?
I just got it today, Peggy. So many of our old plates and cups have been broken. And up to now, it's been almost impossible to find really attractive dishes to take their place.
Oh, well, this is certainly lovely. I like the pattern and that pale blue color.
And as pretty as it is, it's also heat-resistant, which is certainly going to be a help.
Is it expensive?
Oh, absolutely not. Why, this entire service for 6 costs only $3.85.
These young housewives, like thousands of others today, were talking about the sensational new Fire King tableware. A Fire King tableware service for 6 includes 6 cups and saucers, 6 fruit dishes, 6 salad plates, 6 soup plates, 6 big 9 1/4-inch dinner plates, a large vegetable bowl, and a platter 9 by 12 inches. And the cost is only $3.85, and only a few cents more west of the Rockies. Of course, it's not necessary to buy a complete service. Individual pieces of Fire King tableware cost as little as 10 cents. See them tomorrow at your favorite chain, variety, hardware, or department store. Fire King tableware is a product of Anchor Hocking, a great name in glass. We've told you a lot about Fire King oven glass, how much time and trouble it saves in the kitchen, how beautifully it dresses up your lunch and dinner table. Well, tonight I'd like to talk about a very special Fire King bargain you'll find right now at your favorite chain, variety, hardware, and department stores. It's a big 2-quart covered casserole with a special Fire King oven glass server or serving tray for use in the dining room. The server has 2 convenient handles. It holds the casserole firmly in place with no danger of slipping, and it protects your table from the oven-hot casserole so that it eliminates the inconvenience of table pads. Now, like all Fire King oven glass, this big casserole and server are guaranteed for 2 full years against oven breakage. And here's the best news of all. The cost of this special 3-piece set, including cover, 2-quart casserole, and server, is only $1, and only a few cents more west of the Rockies. You'll find this 2-quart Fire King casserole and server ideal for buffet suppers as well as for other meals. So why not plan next Sunday night's supper around a big casserole dish baked in beautiful, inexpensive Fire King oven glass? Fire King oven glass is a product of Anchor Hocking, a great name in glass. And now, may I introduce a young lady who, like most of us today, is out shopping for a bargain.
How much is this Fire King casserole?
Do you mean the 2-quart size with the cover?
Yes.
Well, that's a special right now. It costs only $1 complete.
What do you mean complete?
Well, the price includes not only the casserole and cover, but also the convenient server, which you can use as a serving tray. It keeps the hot casserole from harming your table.
Oh, I see.
It's made so the casserole won't slip. And you'll notice the 2 handles make it easy to carry baked dishes directly from the oven to the dining room.
And it's genuine Fire King oven glass?
Oh, yes, ma'am. And it's guaranteed for 2 years against oven breakage.
That's one of the greatest bargains in years. And because it is such a bargain, I suggest you go to your favorite chain, variety, hardware, or department store at the earliest possible moment to avoid being disappointed. Remember, the price is only $1 and only a few cents more west of the Rockies. Fire King oven glass is a product of Anchor Hocking, a great name in glass. Now, let's look in on a suburban home where 2 young women are discussing last night's bridge party.
Bill and I both had a marvelous time, Dorothy. And your beer and ale certainly made a hit with the men.
Well, thank you, Jane.
Where did you find those marvelous-looking light beer bottles?
They're absolutely new, but you must have heard about them. They're the new one-way, no-deposit bottle everyone's talking about.
You mean you don't have to make a deposit on them?
No, and you don't have to return them to the store. But that isn't all. You notice how compact they are?
Yes.
Well, they take up practically no room at all in the refrigerator. And, my dear, they chill within a matter of minutes.
Well, they're certainly attractive and easy to pour from.
Yes, and of course they're glass, which is very important to me.
Oh, I wouldn't dream of buying beer or ale in anything but glass.
Neither would I, because I know that glass won't contaminate taste or flavor. Son of a bitch.
2 make 8.
Wouldn't you know?
Oh, you gotta go hard.
You call me.
Well, see.
I'm glad you did that because I was playing. Did that because I was playing. Did...
Our story will continue in just a moment.
This is Del Charbot with a message of special importance to you people of California, Oregon, and Washington. We're the first people in America to get a lot of the good things of life. And not the least of these is the amazing new one-way, no-deposit bottle for beer and ale. Right here in California, practically every leading brand is available in the new one-way, no-deposit bottle. And its popularity is rapidly spreading into Oregon and Washington. This new one-way bottle requires no deposit, no return to the store. It's as light as a feather and so compact, it wastes none of your precious refrigerator space. And yet it holds just as much beer and ale as an ordinary bottle. It's the perfect companion to take along on a picnic. And it's at home on the finest table in the land. And remember, it's made of glass. Glass that brings you beer and ale the way it's meant to taste. The way good brewers want you to enjoy it. Beer with no foreign taste or flavor. For better tasting beer, demand it in bottles. For convenience, demand your favorite brand in the new Anchor Glass one-way, no-deposit bottle. A product of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass.
You and this house detective went to Solano's rooms right after you phoned me at headquarters, Mr.
Me for a rap in the hot seat.
We'll join the crowd at the Blue Note in just a moment.
This is Del Charbot, back again to say how glad I am that our fine West Coast brewers have been so quick to give us the new Anchor Glass one-way, no-deposit bottle for beer and ale. It means so much to all of us to enjoy a cool glass of beer at its best. Everyone today knows that beer tastes better, far better, when it comes to you in a glass bottle. For glass never gives beer any foreign flavor. Here's a glass bottle that has all the advantages of glass, but none of its disadvantages. It requires no deposit, no return to the store. Enjoy your beer in a glass or drink directly from the bottle. When it's empty, throw it away. This new one-way bottle is light and sturdy, easy to carry, ideal for picnics. And it takes up amazingly little room in your refrigerator. For flavor, demand beer in bottles. For convenience, demand your favorite brand in the amazing new Anchor Glass one-way, no-deposit bottle. A product of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass.
It was funny, Casey, how Solano was finally got for murder.
Here's the first really exciting news about coffee since the original vacuum pack was announced many years ago. Beech Nut Coffee, yes, your old friend Beech Nut, is now available in a new kind of container. A glass container, sealed with a brand new kind of cap, which protects flavor and freshness not only before you open it, but after you open it as well. This new cap is known as the press-on cap, spelled P-R-E-S-O-N, press-on. Now, with the new press-on cap, the flavor of beech nut coffee is sealed in a complete vacuum, yet you can open the glass container in a matter of seconds. Simply insert the edge of a dull knife or the end of a spoon under the lid, and pop, it comes off instantly. But that's not the most exciting part of the story. When you have measured out the coffee you plan to use, you can reseal the glass container with the new press-on cap by a slight pressure of your hand. In fact, you can hear it snap back into place, sealing in all the rich goodness of this fine imported coffee. Here's coffee at its best, beech nut coffee, brought to you at the peak of flavor in a crystal-clear Anchor glass container with the revolutionary new press-on vacuum cap. Anchor glass containers and press-on Anchor caps are products of the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, a great name in glass. Here's the first really exciting news about coffee since the original vacuum pack was announced many years ago. Beech nut coffee, yes, your old friend beech nut, is now available in a new kind of container. A glass container, sealed with a brand new kind of cap, which protects flavor and freshness not only before you open it, but after you open it as well. This new cap is known as the press-on cap, spelled P-R-E-S-O-N, press-on. Now, with the new press-on cap, the flavor of beech nut coffee is sealed in a complete vacuum, yet you can open the glass container in a matter of seconds. Simply insert the edge of a dull knife or the end of a spoon under the lid, and pop, it comes off instantly. But that's not the most exciting part of the story. When you have measured out the coffee you plan to use, you can reseal the glass container with the new press-on cap by a slight pressure of your hand. In fact, you can hear it snap back into place, sealing in all the rich goodness of this fine imported coffee. Here's coffee at its best, beech nut coffee, brought to you at the peak of flavor in a crystal-clear Anchor glass container with the revolutionary new press-on vacuum cap. Anchor glass containers and press-on Anchor caps are products of the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, a great name in glass.
Roger, 5-1 clear, KMA 394, 6:08 p.m.
56-1 reporting in service, starting mileage 8659, 8659.
401 to 56, mileage 8659, 8,659, reporting in service on the night watch.
This is Don Reed, a police recorder. That was Sergeant Ron Perkins, just reporting Detective Unit 5-6 in service on the night watch. While you're with us
tonight... units in the vicinity, and cars 50 and 51, southbound on Canyon Road from Overhill. Woman threatening citizens with butcher knife. Suspect described as wearing white coat, blue dress, red shoes, 30 to 35 years, 5 feet 9. 179 pounds, and has a cut over left eye. Cars 50 and 51, handle this call, code 2.
We're not on any particular assignment at present, so we'll probably head into that area, help look for this possible assault suspect. But as I started to say, while you're riding with us tonight, remember, the people you hear are not actors. This is it. This is real. This is Night Watch.
Night Watch, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors. There is no script. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Night Watch, presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. And now we switch you to Detective Unit 5-6, already on assignment in the field, and to Police Recorder Don Reed.
Right now it's after midnight, and we've spent the evening looking for the woman suspect that's been chasing citizens with a butcher knife. So far we've checked out 4 different victims, and fortunately no one's been injured, but we've certainly had some pretty scared people around. It's been sort of a game of hide and seek. The suspect pops up from nowhere, threatens the victim, and then just sort of disappears into thin air. Then sort of turns up 8 or 10 blocks away in another locality.
We have 5-6, come in.
5-6, go ahead.
Control 1 to 5-6. The juvenile card is tied up. Are you clear to handle a call?
5-6, Roger. We're down here looking for the woman with the knife. What have you got?
Unit 5-6 at 2209 Center Way. 2209 Center Way. See that man about child neglect.
5-6, Roger.
Well, we'll have to handle this call, child neglect. And while we're rolling down there, just a couple of footnotes on the search for this woman armed with a knife. We have 2 radio cars and 2 detective units cruising the area. So far, no one's had any luck. But it's just a question of time, however, if she stays in the same general location. Obviously, every effort is being made to take this woman into custody. That is, before someone really gets seriously hurt. Back to our present call. The juvenile car is on another assignment, and we're just rolling over to handle this call for them. We have that brief bit of information, see the man regarding child neglect. We'll find out more about it. In fact, right about now, because the house should be right along here in the next block on the left-hand side. We're working the spotlight now to pick out the curb numbers. Let's see, there's 27, 17, 13. 09. That's it. A large, rambling, old-fashioned house. There's several entrances, apparently broken up into small apartments. This must be it. Here's a young man looking through the blinds of the door.
Come on in.
Thank you. Small 2 or 3 room apartment. And nervously lighting a cigarette.
Well, my wife lives here. I live elsewhere. That's in my vault.
Over in the corner. Little boy, 5 or 6. Blue pajamas.
Are you?
Wide-eyed.
Who's this? What's your name?
Mine's Perkins.
Perkins? And
My name's Reed. How are you, young fella?
Hi.
How old are you, son?
5.
5, huh?
Well, anyway, that I called up this evening about 7, and my boy says that my wife wasn't home, that she'd gone to the doctor. So anyway, that I called up the doctor, and he wasn't there, of course, and it was just the switchboard. So anyway, that I called up a hospital, which is in Inglewood, and asked if there was a patient there by my wife's name. She wasn't there. So anyway, I got worried and came down here, and Molly was nowhere around, was she?
She wasn't anywhere.
She wasn't anywhere.
The boy was by himself?
By himself.
Mm-hmm.
What time did your mommy leave the house, son?
Up in the afternoon, after work.
Was it still light outside?
Mm-hmm.
And where did she say she was going?
To the doctor.
The doctor? Well, that's been about probably 6 or 7 hours anyway. Has she done this before?
That I don't know. I mean, my wife and I are separated.
Mm-hmm. She has custody of the child, is
she
that?
She has custody of the child. And if my wife is sick, like he said that she did go to the doctor. There should have been some means, to...
The little fellow is pointing to my shirt sleeve here. Pointing to something over there in the corner. What do we got over here, young fella? What do you got? Well, I'll be darned. What is that?
Baby guinea pig and the mother guinea pig.
About 2 inches long. Well, that's the cutest thing I've seen. Is that the mama?
Yeah.
Well, isn't she cute? Gee, she certainly is pretty. Let's go back and talk to the father again.
Well, can you take care of the boy here until your wife returns?
I will, under the circumstances, yes.
Because the only alternative we would have would be to take the boy down to juvenile hall in the dependents ward. But we can't leave him alone. The thing we'd like to do, if you could stay here with him until she returns, and when she returns, why, give us a call.
Right.
And we can come down and see what the situation was and why she left him alone. In the meantime, just to be on the safe side, we will go ahead and check with our own department and the other departments surrounding us, just to be sure that she hasn't been involved in an accident or anything has happened to her.
Well, I'd appreciate that, too.
Does she have a car?
No.
Okay, sir. Well, we'll check into it, and then in the meantime, why, if she does come home, she'll give us a call right away. Okay?
Good deal.
You bet.
Good night.
Cigarette time?
Yeah, thanks. You got a match?
Yeah.
Well, where do we go from here?
Not very far, I don't think. Did you see that picture of the blonde woman on the mantelpiece in there?
No, I didn't get much of a look at it.
Well, right behind you over there, sitting in that car, is a blonde woman. Might be the mother. Let's check it out.
Okay. Heading for the car. There's a young couple in the front seat, straightening up. Just a little bit uneasy at our approach.
Police officers, can we talk to you a minute? Step out of the car a minute, please, ma'am.
Young woman getting out. Tiny, attractive, worried.
Who did you leave your boy with?
The lady that keeps care of you.
Where is she?
Well, she's supposed to be home.
Is that in the other unit of this building, or is
Yeah, right there. It's all in one building.
I wonder why the boy was alone in the house.
Well, she brings him over and puts him to bed.
Well, let's go inside and see what all the trouble is.
As in all family problems, there's always two sides. See if we can square this away. Let's go ahead and talk to the husband first.
Her wife is outside now. She said that she left the boy with the woman next door.
What'd you call police for?
Say that again.
I said, what'd you call the police for?
I didn't call no police.
Who did?
He's a detective. There's a difference.
Well, what for?
How'd you get home?
My boyfriend brought me home.
Okay. Where were you?
I was at the doctor.
At 11:45?
I went out for something to eat after I got through with the doctor.
At 11:45?
This is the first time I've been out this week.
I don't care if it's been the first night or first time this week or not. I just want to know where you've been.
It's none of your business, right?
It is my business. It's starting to be my business.
Well, it isn't any of your business. And I think that if you would pay the child support only 4 months behind.
How long?
4 months.
Well, you're exaggerating. I am behind, but not 4 months.
And I've tried to be very fair about it, and then to do something like this.
Where were you?
It's none of your business where I was.
And were you at the doctor?
I was at the doctor.
What doctor?
Right there's the slip.
What doctor?
It's none of your business what doctor. This is a nursing home for mother and child. And she's here 24 hours a day. And since it is all on one floor, and her bedroom is right next door to mine, she could hear if he cried or anything, and he sleeps better in his own bed.
Well, that's the thing we're interested in, just make sure that the child has proper supervision at all times.
This is a licensed town for mother and children.
I'm still mad.
Well, you can get just as mad as you want to. I don't ask where you go and what you do.
No, I mean, but when alone, that's when I started raising my hair up the wrong way.
Yeah, well, if he's supporting you, you'd be doing
I told you that I was behind. Go ahead, sis.
Well, if everything's okay, we're interested in the child. If the child's okay, that's the part that we're most interested in. Okay? Okay, fine. All right. Good night. Good night.
They sure seem like nice people. Shame they can't get along.
Yeah, but it's a little fellow that's in a spot on a deal like this.
Yeah.
5-6 to 1, clear on the traffic light case. Everything under control.
Control into 5-6, clear.
See that car parked over there by that woman's dress shop? Yeah. I was there earlier. Let's have a look at it.
Sometimes you act like a policeman. There's the car stopped over there, all right. Let's swing over to that car and have a look. You gotta wait for a little traffic to get by. Now we're okay. Subject in the car appears to be slumped over on the window. Let's go and check it out. Flashlight in the man's face. Strong aroma. Alcohol. Perspiring. Appears a little sick.
Step out of the car, please.
Boy, it sure was overflowing.
How much have you had to drink tonight?
4 5.
You want to turn around and walk up about 10 steps?
I can walk.
Subject's trying to walk. He's doing okay. Except it's in the wrong direction. Sergeant's got him by the hand, bringing him back.
But I want to go home.
You go home if we call a taxi? Go home in a cab?
Sure.
Lock your car up here and come back tomorrow and get it? You do that?
I'll be very happy to.
We don't want you driving your condition. Okay? We'll call you a cab.
Oh, sir.
There's one now, Sergeant.
Taxi?
I never could whistle.
Out of the way, am I?
You pull over and stop.
I guess he spotted us anyway.
I want to go.
He's going down the corner and turning around.
You guys are too. No, I'm done here too. In fact,
we don't want you out here hurting yourself or hurting somebody else.
you guys are sure nice to me. I really appreciate that people can be so, officers can be real wonderful to guys like me. Because I don't feel that I'm trying to do anything wrong. But I am.
The cab pulling up.
That's it, guys.
There you go.
Well, good deed for the night.
Can you read Control 1?
5-6, go ahead.
Control 1 to 5-6. We've been trying to reach you. Unit 5-4 has picked up the woman in the knife assault and are en route to the station with the subject and request you meet Roger, we'll go right in.
You are listening to Night Watch and following the activities of Detective Unit 5-6 on its tour of duty. Remember, the people and sounds you are hearing are real, and the investigations are recorded in the field as they actually occur. We'll bring you the final results of tonight's action at the conclusion of Night Watch. And now we switch you back to Detective Unit 5-6, somewhere in the field, and police recorder Don Reed.
Approaching the station. After talking to some of the victims, there's a natural curiosity to see the suspect that was chasing citizens with a butcher knife, sort of find out what's going on. Each one of the victims gave the same description of the suspect, also stated that she was carrying approximately a 10-inch butcher knife, and also has a cut over the left eye. All we know now is that she left some mighty frightened people scattered around. That's for sure. Into the station. There's a hassle going on in the interrogation room. Here's the picture. Woman wearing a white coat covered with dirt. Wound over left eye. A few hours old. Officers trying to bring her under control. Get her into a chair. She's kicking, swinging from all angles.
Hey, look, slow down a minute. Relax a minute.
Well, I'm not.
We're trying to help you.
My eye. I can't
You can see,
see.
all right.
I can't see, Molly.
Well, what happened? Tell us what happened.
Where did I get from?
Ranting, incoherent, swearing.
Hey, we're not swearing at you. Watch what,
Officer grabbed her hand after she swung.
Turn loose my hand. I said turn loose my hand.
You talk to the sergeant.
I said turn loose my hand.
On the desk, Sergeant Perkins, the doctor examining her purse for identity.
Keep it that way.
You can act decently, or we'll treat you decently. Isn't that fair enough?
Just do it.
Okay, you act decently.
Catch me outside, I'll kill you. Keep it. Like that. Fall, right?
In the purse, nothing but little bits of cardboard. Sergeant Perkins and the doctor are going out in the hall.
I think she should take it. She should have psychiatric observation. God, I don't know. She could be just drunk, but she sure makes herself squirrely for just a drunk. This business with the little pieces of cardboard stuff, that may be some fetish, some screwball fetish. She may think these are $1,000 bills or something like that. Well, the best thing for us is to take her down to county cycle.
Yeah.
Put her in down there.
Right.
She's really got to be where you can restrain her if necessary. Well, it may not be necessary, but put her on the stretcher and she can be strapped in the stretcher. Right. She can be transported in a police car or she can use the ambulance.
Well, you were telling those guys, I once spent a few hours sewing up a gal's leg that was similar to this that they took in that police car. As they took her out, she kicked out the windshield with her foot.
That's good enough for us. You're the doctor. Johnny, if you want to call California ambulance, ask them to send an ambulance down, they'll transport an ambulance.
Back to the woman.
Murder somebody? Murder.
Oh, I'm all for it.
I remember now, I told something.
Hallucinations. I think she killed someone.
I killed somebody, didn't I?
Well, I'll give you an express manifest on it. All right. Let's do it. You got to deserve it.
I was going to kill him when I got on the street. Put that down, too. Put that down.
You want it tell us what happened?
I told you what happened.
Oh, you did. You were yelling and screaming. I couldn't understand you.
You're a liar! I told you what happened.
Kicked over the desk, dug a high heel into the sergeant. Trying to pin her arms down before someone really gets hurt.
Okay, yeah.
Thanks for a warning later.
Yeah.
Restraining straps are out, being put on the suspect. Keep her from injuring herself or anyone else.
Now relax. You want to tell us what happened? You want to tell us what happened?
I told you.
Oh, I didn't understand. You were swearing at me.
She keeps saying she told us. So far, she hasn't said anything. All we know is from the field report. She was running down the street, threatening citizens with a butcher knife.
How old are you?
Doctor taking over.
29.
29. You're not 9 years old, are you? Or you just act like it?
Doctor trying to get some information for his report. Not having any more luck than we did.
I'm 49 years old. Go ahead, say if I can do it, I'll kill you. Why didn't you ask it?
Woman trying to get the notebook from his hand.
Leave me alone.
Just a minute. I've got to find out a couple of things. I want to go home.
Why didn't you tell this?
Talk like a lady. Then maybe we won't have to send you over to the
You don't have to send me.
Los Angeles County Psychopathic Unit. You know where that
You
is?
don't have to send me a psychopathic anywhere.
Well, I know I don't have to.
Because
But
I am not a psychopathic owner. I have experiments because you brought me here. I don't get a thing in everything because I am not home here. Why don't you turn me a loser?
Ambulance just pulled up.
Well, you think we could turn you loose if you try to kick us with your legs?
No.
Wheeling in the stretcher. Pieces of cardboard back. Up alongside the chair where she's sitting. Restraining strap still on. Placing her on the stretcher.
Thank you. It feels much relief.
Moving out the door. Yeah, I got this stretcher.
Hey, I think one of the papers with you. You gonna write down?
Out on the street. Lifting the patient into the ambulance.
She hurt you, Don?
Well, I felt it, if that's what you mean. Pretty hard to control your temper, isn't it?
Well, she isn't responsible. I don't know who is, but she isn't.
What you have just heard is real. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. For their disposition, we return you to Police Headquarters and Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
Tonight's first case revealed the child was not actually neglected, although the original circumstance did appear so. The Juvenile Bureau followed up, but found no reason for a complaint. The final investigation involving the woman threatening citizens with a knife is the type of event thoroughly disliked by every law enforcement officer. It was necessary to use restraining straps to prevent the subject from injuring herself or the officers. She was immediately transported to the Los Angeles County Hospital Psychiatric Unit for treatment. Although at the time of her commitment it appeared long months of treatment would be necessary to restore any semblance of normalcy, However, this was not the case. As soon as this woman shook off the effects of alcohol in her system, she became rational in a matter of hours. Today, she is home with her family, steadily employed, and attending meetings of Alcoholics Anonymous. The case was heard tonight with the woman's knowledge and approval, in the hopes that this event would give you a real insight to the many difficult problems and decisions your police officers must face on their tour of duty. This is one of the reasons for bringing you the actual recorded happenings on the night watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have been following the on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch, brought to you through the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hedlock, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and described in the field by police recorder Don Reed.
When a man is wealthy, a widower without children, it's possible for some dishonest person to try and get his money away from him. When the widower lost his only child in a drowning some 9 years ago, the most logical way to get the money, since the body of the drowned child was never recovered, would be to pretend to be the dead girl. Hello, creeps. This is T4Y, opening the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Tonight we celebrate the return of the master of them all, the inimitable Philo Vance. The story, the case of the girl who came back. About 10 minutes ago, in Philo Vance's apartment, the eminent detective has just finished luncheon, alone. Now, however, he has a guest, and she is very much at home, even with his servant, Curry.
Lay out Mr. Vance's water wings, will you, Curry? We're going swimming.
We are not. Mr. Vance.
Vance, really, it's a terrific day. I phoned Washington, and there isn't any detecting for me to do. Please take me swimming.
Coney Island, no doubt. Along with 7 million others who've got the same idea.
It'd be fun.
Mr. Vance. It would be a nightmare. I loathe floundering about in the water like a canned salmon. What is it, Curry?
You are a canned salmon.
This gentleman, Mr. Vance, remember he's been waiting for you to finish lunch?
The one in the hall? He was sitting there when I came in.
Tell him to come in, Curry. Yes, sir. Wait a minute. What's his name? Martin, Mr. Vance. John Martin.
Maybe he'll take me swimming.
Well, you can dream, can't you? Mr. Martin? Mr. Martin, come in, please.
Thank you. You're Mr. Philo Vance?
I am. This is Miss Randall, my swimming instructor.
I beg your pardon?
How do you do, Mr. Martin?
You're probably wondering why I'm here, Mr. Vance. I just had to come to you. This thing is so unbelievable, so fantastic.
Let's hear it, Mr. Martin.
I beg your pardon?
Miss Randall, I ought to say, is a detective, Mr. Martin. In a manner of speaking.
Oh, I see.
Thanks for the manner of speaking.
Don't mention it. Just what is your story, Mr. Martin? Perhaps I can suggest someone who'll be glad to help.
It's horrible, Mr. Vance. You see, I live out on Long Island, Great Neck, Long Island. I have a home there on the water.
I know the section.
I'm alone now. My wife died 6 years ago.
I see.
You may remember, it was in the papers. Our only child was drowned on our beach when she was 11.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It was a great tragedy, Miss Randall. Mrs. Martin never really got over it.
Oh, then this wasn't recent.
Oh, no. No, Jean was drowned 9 years ago, Mr. Vance.
1936?
Yes, that's right. My wife died 3 years later. The child and I were swimming together. I can remember it so plainly. She ventured out too far while I was on shore, and she was caught in a riptide.
How horrible.
I heard her scream, but I couldn't reach her. I saw her body carried out to sea, Mr. Vance. I saw it myself.
It was recovered?
Never. No, from that day to this. Her body was never found. Oh, I spent thousands, Mr. Vance, just to give her poor mother that much peace of mind. But her body was never washed in.
Well, I am sorry, Mr. Martin. I can understand a tragedy like that. But I don't quite see.
Yesterday, Mr. Vance, Jean came home.
What?
Yes, I didn't quite get that myself.
This girl, this fraud, Mr. Vance, this cunning little imposter, she came to my home yesterday and tried to tell me she's my own daughter.
What in the...
But, Mr. Martin, surely you can tell.
Why, of course I can tell. She's a scheming little cheat, Mr. Vance. She's no more my Jean than this lady is.
I hardly see that it's anything to worry about, Mr. Martin. Why not phone the police?
I wanted to at once. But my law firm bears my name, you see. Unpleasant publicity of that sort, notoriety. No, I owe it to my associates to keep it out of the papers.
But obviously, if the girl is an imposter, you can make short work of her. Trip her up on some simple little reference to her past, to her mother. It seems easy, Mr. Martin.
That's just it. This girl knows more about me than I do myself. Terrifying, Mr. Vance. She knows the house, the grounds, the countryside, and she swears she's my daughter.
I don't mean to be simple, but where does she say she's been all this time?
Oh, she has a story for that, too. Says that she was washed up on shore, a complete victim of amnesia.
Oh.
Yes, the gall of it. Tried to tell me she's been without memory for 9 years and came out of it this week in a fall down the stairs.
She sounds clever.
You don't recognize her, of course.
I'm sure she's not my daughter, Mr. Vance. Definitely sure.
Well, she would change, naturally. She was 11 when she was drowned, 20 now. Yes, she changed a great deal.
Oh, not that much, Vance.
Yet you say she seems well acquainted with her alleged home, Mr. Martin.
It's amazing. That's why I can't call the police. Her story is just convincing enough. They'd drag it through the papers for weeks.
She's working with someone, of course. Someone who's told her the right answer. Right, Vance?
You know, I'd like to meet a girl who would plan a game like this. I really would.
Then you'll help me, Mr. Vance? You'll expose her?
Still sold on that swim lane?
Now? Not while you cavort with a 20-year-old ghost, darling. I'll stick with you.
And this brings us back to the library, Mr. Vance. Now you've seen the whole estate.
Well, I see you're a camera enthusiast, Miss Martin.
Well? Oh, those enlargements. Yes, I dabble in it. When the war broke out, my doctors told me to do something to quiet my nerves, so I took up photography.
Oh, some of these are excellent.
I have a darkroom downstairs. I'll open it up if you like.
I'd enjoy it. And now if you'll send the young lady in, please.
I'll tell you how grateful I am, Mr. Vance. I'm in a terrible strain. Mr. Vance wants to see you.
What about?
Come in, Miss...
Miss Martin. Jean Martin.
So we've heard. Sit down, Miss Martin. If you don't mind, I'd like to ask you a few questions.
I suppose he hired you.
On the contrary, I should have paid to meet you. I admire your courage.
You're very funny.
You contend you've been an amnesia victim for 9 years. Is that right?
That's right, but surely you know where you've been. I remember falling. I must have hit my head because there's a bump on it. And that's all.
That's all?
When I came to, I was about a block from here. That was last night. You mean you don't know where you've been for 9 years? You heard me. Oh, your language, chum. Doesn't quite go with the detour around here. Okay, so maybe the last 9 years weren't so good. How do I know?
Well, that lane puts you in the well-known place.
Listen, mister, I'm Jean Martin, and you and nobody else can prove any different. So let's get down to terms.
Terms? What kind of terms?
Oh, he didn't tell you that, huh? Well, listen, my grandfather was stinking rich. He was lousy with it, see? And it all came to me. Only my father was to get it if I died.
And now you've come back for the money that's rightfully yours. Is that it?
You think I'm going to let him keep it? He won't even listen to me. Imagine being so mean. You keep out of this.
Careful, girls. You did miss up on one small detail, you know. Jean Martin had a scar on her right wrist. A rather prominent scar. And you haven't.
A scar can heal, can't it? I had the scar. It's gone now. It's been gone for years. Oh, brother, you're really good. Listen, you...
Wait a minute. Keep talking, Lane.
What?
There's someone listening at the door. Say it.
Oh, I know what I'd like to say. A nice afternoon like this, and we come all the way out here to...
Care to join us?
Come in. Hey, let go of me.
Gladly. And who, might I ask, are you?
A long-lost brother, no doubt.
Well,
I work here. I'm the chauffeur.
That's right, he is. Bill and I used to play together when we were kids. Would you say that slowly, honey? I'm a little sick today. His father worked here for us before. Bill was brought up on the estate. We used to play together all the time.
That right, Bill?
I never saw her before in my life.
Why, you...
But you did live here. You did play with the real Jean Martin.
Sure. She was a great little kid. I taught her to swim.
You remember a scar on her wrist, of course?
Sure I do. Right here. About 1.5 inches. She got it cutting a watermelon at a picnic out on the lawn. Heck, I went with her when my dad drove her into town to the doctor.
I see. Well, you've been a great help, Bill. You'll be around if I need you again.
Yeah. I'll be around.
Thank you.
Listen, he's lying. I tell you, he remembers me. He must. Sure, honey. We all do.
Will you ask your papa to come in here, Jean?
Listen, you can stop cracking, both of you, because I'm Jean Martin, brother, and that's it.
Ask him to come in, please.
Sure. Go ahead. Play detective all you like. Hey, Daddy.
You're through, Mr. Vance?
Well, it wasn't much effort, Mr. Martin. The local police could have handled the situation nicely. Let's all sit down a moment.
Sure, I got all the time in the world.
You scheming little...
Take it easy, Daddy.
On the way out here, young lady, Mr. Martin explained that you're unusually well acquainted with this house. In short, that you can answer questions an outsider wouldn't know.
I told you I used to live here. Remember?
You knew, for instance, that your mother played the piano, that the rose garden was once to the north rather than where it is now, that the roof on the east wing is new.
Yes, there was a great deal more, Mr. Vance. It's uncanny.
Well, obviously the girl's been well coached. Is Bill in on the deal, Jean?
What? My chauffeur, Bill?
We've met him, Mr. Martin.
Why, that's absurd. I practically raised the boy myself. His father died right here in my employ.
Try again, Mr. Detective.
Suppose we try money, Jean. That interest you?
Sure it does. If the money belongs to me. Don't forget I'm Jean Martin.
You know, Mr. Martin, the girl might be telling the truth.
Oh, Vance.
Why, that's ridiculous, Mr. Vance. I'm surprised you mentioned such a thing.
Stranger things have happened, you know. And the girl is right. Childhood scars do disappear in time.
But
As for her amnesia, that's entirely possible, too.
Now you're doing okay. Vance, what in the...
My suggestion, Mr. Martin, is that we settle this some way now. Right here in this room.
I think I'll have a drink.
Well, perhaps that would help us all. Lane?
You sound like you've had 10, Vance. Why, anything.
Later, pets. When we alone.
There's only scotch here in the library, if you...
Well, that will do nicely, thanks.
Let me pour the drink. I'm the daughter, you know. You want one, too? Oh, I might as well. I feel it already. Here you are, Mr. Vance.
Ah, thank you. Now then, let's drink to the success of our bargaining. How's that? To the success of what we'll accomplish here.
Mr. Vance, wait.
What, Miss Martin?
Vance, no, don't drink that. It's poison, Vance. That glass is full of poison.
Vance!
Well, I seem to have spilled my drink.
Vance, you didn't drink it.
Thanks, Mr. Martin. No.
Well, I'm sorry I had to knock it out of your hand, Mr. Vance. You devil.
Why, listen.
Smell that, Mr. Vance? Why, I know that odor anywhere. It's the emulsion I used in my dark room downstairs. You little fiend. You knew I kept chemicals in there. Then, when Mr. Vance was going to expose you, you decided to poison him.
Good Lord.
I am grateful to you, Mr. Martin. It seems I almost drank a developer highball.
You're off the beam, all of you. Why,
You keep quiet. I've had enough out of you. Well, Mr. Vance, shall I call the police?
It won't be necessary, Mr. Martin. Miss Randall and I are driving into town. We'll take our young friend with us.
Why, you chump.
Oh, and I'd like to take Bill, too, Mr. Martin. I'm not entirely sure he isn't mixed up in this.
Oh, take them all. I just want this woman out of my house.
I assure you, Mr. Martin, you've seen the last of her.
Want me to stay in here, Mr. Vance? I mean, with all this?
No, I think not, Harry. I'll call if I need you.
Yes.
Oh, Vance, dear.
Yes, Lane?
Is it fair if I ask just one little question?
By all means.
What in the name of what are we doing here in your apartment? Let's take these two down to the district attorney's office and be done with it.
Look, Mr. Vance, you got me all wrong. I never saw this dame before until last night.
Oh, yes, you did, Billy. Yes, you did.
All right, kids. I think the show's gone far enough. You can take that layer of skin off your wrist, Jean.
Vance, what in the world...
This is what I mean, Jean. Let me have your wrist a moment.
Get away from her.
All right, Bill. I'm quite convinced she is Jean Martin. See? Just an ordinary skin patch, isn't it, Jean? And very neatly applied, too.
She's got the scar.
She has. Miss Martin, Miss Randall.
How do you do? You win, Mr. Vance.
You found her, of course, Bill?
Yes, sir. I never gave up looking for Jean.
The amnesia story is true, then?
Quite true, Mr. Vance. I came to on the beach about 6 miles from our house. On the day I was supposed to be drowned, I mean. I was 11 years old.
The doctors figured a wave threw her up against a log or something in the water, Mr. Vance. Her head was cut.
And then, Jean?
Well, I couldn't remember anything, Mr. Vance. For days I'd walked around in a kind of a dream, and then finally I was taken to the Good Shepherd Orphanage. Well, you can phone them and check if you like. I've been working there for my boarding room.
Go on.
Well, just as Bill said, he's always looked for me. He never believed I was drowned.
I couldn't afford to hire detectives or advertise, Mr. Vance, especially working right there in the Martin home. I'd just ask questions and write letters. Then, when a reply sounded worthwhile, well, I'd investigate in my time off.
And one letter came to the Good Shepherd asking about an amnesia case in 1936. And so they told Bill about me. Bill came up to see me, and well, here we are.
I see. Well, that clears up a great deal.
Vance, you're out of your mind. Why, those two are bigger phonies than I thought.
Why, Lane?
Well, for one thing, why did our hero here keep all this from the girl's father? Why not let him spend his money looking for his own daughter?
He thought she was dead.
Oh, and you knew better, I suppose.
Mr. Martin was careful that there was almost no publicity at the time of the drowning, Miss Randall. Just a little too careful. Why did he want to keep it quiet when the body wasn't found?
Okay, we'll skip that for a minute. Suppose you are Jean Martin. Why the mystery? Why cover up the one scar that proves it? Why play the tough little mole with us all afternoon? And you, Bill, you pretended you didn't even know her. What goes on here?
Fair question, Lane. Going to answer, Jean?
Well, you're convinced that I am Jean Martin, Mr. Vance.
Beyond a doubt, Jean. Even without the scar. I knew it before we left your home.
All right, then I'll tell you. My father tried to murder me. What? Yes, I know that sounds strange, but that's true. I wasn't carried away by the tide that day. And he wasn't on the shore, as he said.
He held her head underwater, Mr. Vance. Held her and pushed her out to sea.
And when I got back, I knew if I proved I was Jean right away, he'd try to murder me again. And if I went to the police, he'd call me an imposter. He'd even lie about my scar. So the only thing to do was to throw him off his guard by convincing him that I was a fake.
You see, we hoped we could find a way to trick him into admitting he tried to kill her. We planned it together, Mr. Vance. Then when Mr. Martin called you in, we didn't know what to do.
You see, Lane?
Oh, just skip me, Vance. I'm so dizzy now, just let me sit here and spin.
Well, it's quite simple, really. Martin called me in to bolster his own case. Now I think we'll unbolster it a little.
But how, Mr. Vance? What can we do now? He's got all Jean's money, everything.
Jean, I told you once today you've got nerve. Think you can use it again?
I can try, Mr. Vance.
Good. Now, here's exactly what I want you to do.
Mr. Martin, sir.
Yes, Bill?
That boat's loose again, sir. I'm afraid it's been damaged hitting against the dock.
Confound it. Can't you keep that boat tied up properly?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Martin. I wasn't here this afternoon, you know.
Oh, yes, that's true. I'm glad you came out clean in that nasty mess, Bill. Mr. Vance called and told me the police are convinced that you had nothing to do with that girl.
Yes, sir.
Well, we'll just forget the whole incident, son. Boat damaged, you say?
Yes, sir. I wish you'd go down and look for yourself, Mr. Martin, and you can tell me what's to be done.
All right, I will. Nice night like this, I ought to be outside. Yes, go along, son. I'll look at it directly.
Yes, sir. I'll be in my quarters if you want me.
Thank you, Bill. Beautiful night. Really beautiful. I ought to get the camera. Moon like that, I might get a good shot without a light at all. Good boy, Bill. Comes of good solid stock. I just told him to turn on the floodlights down here. How does he think I can inspect the boat without lights? My, what a wonderful night. What? I could have sworn I... That song. Jane!
Recognize the song, Daddy. John's lullaby. Lullaby. And good night.
I must be asleep. Stop that. Stop that singing.
You used to sing it to me when I was a little girl. You and Mother would come into my room at night, and you'd sing it to me. Remember, Daddy?
Stop it, I say. Who are you?
Look at my wrist. See the scar on my wrist? The scar I got cutting the melon on the lawn? You remember, Daddy. Mother was there. Aunt Ada was there. Remember?
Jane.
I was 10 when I got that scar. And when I was 11...
Shut up! Shut up, I say!
When I was 11, we went swimming one afternoon right here, Daddy, right here at this pier. You remember the day I mean, don't you? You let me hold onto your back while we swam way out, Daddy. Way out where the water's deep and cold. And then you took hold of my neck, remember? You held me and you pushed me down into the water. Remember how I tried to scream? Remember how I felt struggling in your arms? Do you?
You didn't die.
You tried to murder me in this water. You held me down until you thought I was dead. But I didn't drown, Daddy. You see, I'm here now. I'm right here in front of you.
You fool. You think you could come back now? Did you think I'd let you come back after all I did? That money's mine, and it's going to stay mine. I thought I murdered you once. This time, I'll do it right. Oh, still you little fool. Oh, it's the same water. Well, you'll see, you little idiot. You'll find out.
Martin. And don't move, please. I have a gun.
Ben, where'd you come from?
From under the pier, in a word. Oh, Bill, light, please.
Right, Mr. Vance.
Did it work?
Beautifully, Lane. He tried to drown her just as I said he would. You all right, Jean? Get up on the pier, Martin. Watch him, Bill. I'll help Jean.
Jean, darling. It worked. I heard the whole thing.
Yes, it worked.
You take this revolver, please, and escort Mr. Martin up to my car. You'll find Curry and some officers waiting.
Yes, sir. Come on, Martin. This is the end of the line.
Well, do you by any chance have a spare towel, Lane? The bottom rung of that ladder down there was just a little wet.
Vance, tell me something before I bust.
But
Oh, don't be stuffy. Why were you sure Jean was Jean? Because you saw the fake scar tissue on her wrist?
Well, that helped, Lane. But I wasn't sure until Martin tried to make it look as if she'd poisoned my drink.
But...
Elementary, as that man would say. Martin told me he installed his photographic room after the market crash in 1939. Remember?
Yes, of course, but I still don't...
But, darling. When he turned on Jean and accused her of stealing chemicals from it for my drink, he said she knew the darkroom was there. Well, now, she couldn't have if she was his daughter. He drowned her 3 years before it was put in, and if she was a phony, she was too well coached to betray herself that way. And finally, Pet, the darkroom was locked. Martin said as much himself.
You know, Vance, in a way, you're rather hot stuff.
Cold and wet at the moment. Oh, give me that towel. What's so funny?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking. You really got that swim after all.
Thank you, Philo Vance, for the case of the girl who came back. Now it's getting early again. This is T4Y, closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Oh, yeah. I almost forgot. Good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
detective. I once paid $200 a night for a room, and then was ordered out as an undesirable guest. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. Let me, Jerry Browning, tell you one of the funniest things I've ever heard. Honor among thieves. Lieutenant Dawson of the homicide squad was disturbed.
It's the first house just around the corner, Jerry.
I nodded. Okay, I'll be seeing you, Dawson. He grabbed my arm.
Jerry, once you enter that house, there's no possible way I can help you till you come out.
Sure, I know. Dawson took his hand off my arm.
Well, good luck.
I walked around the corner, went up to the house.
Wrong house, Bud. No handouts here.
I lurched against the door as it started to close in my face. There was a gun in the old man's hand, but I pretended not to see it. Instead, I opened my fist, showing a huge wad of money. Gotta have hideout. Pay any price. The old man opened the door wide.
Here, come right in, laddie. I've got a nice room for you at $200 a day.
A hideout for killers and big-time crooks admitted me for $200 a day. The old man's cruel eyes fastened on the money in my hand.
Pay in advance, laddie. Rule of the house.
As I started to count out the money, the old man suddenly shouted,
"Take him, Joe!"
I struggled briefly against the arms clamped about me, then held still as the old man searched me.
Here's another rule of the house, laddie. Let's see. Gun recently fired. Money, plenty of that. Identification, none. I'll keep your gun. Okay, Joe, release him.
I flexed my shoulders. What's the big idea?
Merely playing it safe. What's your name, laddie?
You can call me Fred Arnold.
Sure. Hey, Joe, show Mr. Arnold to his room.
A man called Joe walked ahead of me. He was over 6 feet high and 4 feet wide. Here's your room. Stay in it. You get your meals on a tray. Okay, so I was inside. And someplace else in the house was John Scanlon, a man who held up paymasters for a living and killed cops for a hobby. A week ago, Scanlon combined business with pleasure, took a $70,000 payroll, and shot 2 cops making his getaway. One of my sources told me Scanlon had holed up here. The place was raid-proof, had a dozen secret exits, which is why I was working from within. 2 hours later, Joe came in with my supper on a tray. I took some money out of my pocket. A friend of mine, John Scanlon, is in the house. What room's he got? Joe eyed the money. I don't know. Never heard him. I peeled a $100 bill off the roll, flung it at Joe. He snatched up the bill. 3rd floor, number 6. I ate the soggy, tasteless food. An hour later, another hoodlum, not Joe this time, came in.
You finished eating?
I nodded. He shuffled over, bent down to pick up the tray, then hurled himself at me. His hands closed around my throat. Managed to break his grip, grabbed at his arm as I caught a glint of a knife. I caught the knife arm in a lock, applied pressure. Then I picked up the unconscious body, staggered across the room, and stuffed it into the closet. I had just time enough to get back on the bed when...
What's going on in here? What you doing?
Oh, I had a nightmare. The old man bent down, picked up the knife from the floor.
It is quite a nightmare. Left its knife behind. Now listen, laddie. Behave yourself or out you go. Feet first.
Didn't know why I'd been attacked. And the man in the closet wouldn't be in shape to tell me. Not for many hours to come. I waited a while. Then I quietly opened the hall door. And I started upstairs. I got to the third-floor landing, made the turn, and walked right into the muzzle of Joe's revolver.
I figure you want Scanlon.
I'll buy him from you.
I figure you for a cap, and I figure you want Scanlon.
I'll buy him from you.
For $1,000, all you buy is me, out of the way.
It's a deal. Joe took the money, faded back against the wall, let me pass. I went on to room 6, opened the door.
Come right in, lady. I've been waiting for you.
I went in. There was nobody in the room except the old man, standing near the window with the ever-present gun in his hand.
Lady, you make too much trouble. You're worn out, you're welcome.
His finger tightened on the trigger. Oh, wait a second. I'll pay plenty. I gave Joe $1,000. There's lots more where that came from. The finger relaxed.
How much more?
$10,000 for Scanlon alive.
I'll take care of Joe later. As for you, you're worth $20,000, dead.
The shot came from behind me, caught the old man on the chest. Behind me, Joe muttered,
"Had to get him, or he'd have croaked me for taking your dough."
I snatched up the gun from the floor. Where's Scanlon, Joe?
I don't know. Didn't he come down to your room?
I stared at him. Yeah, I guess he did. Drop your gun, Joe. Or do you want to shoot it out with me?
Don't forget, I saved your life.
Don't worry, I won't forget. Come on, let's pick up Scanlon from my closet. Get going. We emerged in the street, with Joe carrying Scanlon over his shoulder and me following, loaded down with guns. Dawson and the squad had the place covered from the outside, took over my prisoners. That's all there was to it. Except that Dawson's squad went into the place and pulled it apart. I got a big play in the papers for my share of the job, though I never considered it anything to brag about. Unless a man wants to brag about being able to buy crooks. Like I said, if you think you can find honor among thieves, first practice on something easy, like looking for needles in haystacks. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective.
This time she had hair spun from a red sunset, skin as smooth as warm honey, and a generous mouth that laughed without moving. She was beautiful, except for her cold green eyes. From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Green Witch. Once upon a time, Halloween had been a day and a night on which mortal man had tiptoed over the face of the earth, holding cold hands with fear and starting at each new shadow which the harvest moon cast, as still another twisted, grotesque goblin thirsting to drink dry a human soul. I read that in a book once. Read something else, too. The Vigil of Hallowmass, as a genuine spook show, had definitely started downhill with the Romans, as did almost everything else. Until now, Halloween has come to mean gate-stealing trick-or-treat, and, of course, the now practice of soaping or chalking everything in sight. So, today, unless you're really on your toes or under 12, and I'm neither, the 31st day of October, 1949, could easily have appeared as just that and no more, until a worried man named John Bishop entered my office. I said trick or treat, and so he unfolded a $100 bill and came right to the point.
Marlowe, 4 days ago, a man I once knew broke out of an Illinois prison. My testimony in court a year ago sent him to that prison. Now I'm afraid he's coming after me for revenge. His name is Dale Estes, and I want you to protect me from him.
Is he here in L.A., Mr. Bishop?
I am not certain. However, this morning, a friend of mine told me of a man in a shabby brown tweed suit who asked about me, but wouldn't identify himself. That's all the description he could give. But here, Mr. Marlowe, here's a picture of Dale Estes. It was in last Thursday's paper. It's a prison identification picture.
When you change the clothes and remove the number, it doesn't leave much.
No.
Tell me, Mr. Bishop, what do you want me to do?
I want you to locate this man Estes and keep him from killing him.
Police will do that for nothing.
Yes, nothing, plus a lot of noisy publicity, and I don't want. Because in the first place, it won't help my real estate business any, and also
There's somebody you'd rather not have worrying about you, maybe.
Yes. Madeline Hughes, my fiancée. Please, Mr. Marlowe, will you try to find Estes at once? As soon as possible, before tonight.
All right, what happens then?
Our masquerade, the Pacific Palisades Country Club. It's a lonely spot out there.
Well, why go to the masquerade?
Because if I didn't, Madeline would know there was something wrong. She'd worry, and I'd defeat my purpose. Now, Mr. Marlowe, all I can give you to go on are 3 things. First, Dale Estes was once an able-bodied seaman. Second, he likes Spanish food. He could eat it 3 times a day. And third, he'd gladly give up both to watch a prize fight. He'll kill me, Mr. Marlowe. I know he will.
Maybe the magic of Halloween night had something to do with it. I don't know. But when I started looking for an escaped convict who might possibly be someplace in the sprawling city of Los Angeles with murder on his mind, things began to change. First, it was 10-year-old girls prancing around in their mother's high heels, lipsticks, and affectations. Then gangling boys screaming home from school via the great mischief route. That much was fun. Then it got dark everywhere. The kids went home and took their laughter with them. And I went looking for Dale Estes. I seemed to meet people who wore everyday faces that I was sure could be masks. People like the old lady who ran a Spanish restaurant located off a crooked alley below the street level. It started with her at the entrance to her damp, cold cave.
No, senor. I did not ever see any man like the picture. But if I were you, I would look for him no further. There is death in his face, senor. I know.
There it got worse until in my imagination even the scarred, brute face on the sweating hulk in the distant dusky corner of the third gymnasium I tried seemed to belong less to a 20th century man and more to a prehistoric brute out of some dark, long-ago jungle.
Nobody like that ain't been watching me today. Nobody ain't been watching me at all for as long as I can remember.
And finally, after 2 hours along the Santa Monica fishing piers, 100 withered pounds of ancient mariner staring out to sea had more to say.
Yes, I know Estes. Estes was standing next to me when the boiler exploded that night off New South Wales. He was killed. But I told the skipper all about that once already. His name was Estes, too. And so was the first mate, Dale Estes. Everybody's name is Estes.
Marlowe, Mr. Bishop. I haven't run across anything.
Marlowe, listen, he's been seen again. Estes.
What?
Yes. Or at least a man in a shabby brown tweed, this time near my office. Marlowe, get over to 3130 North Havenhurst Drive as soon as you can.
3130, huh?
Yes, it's a costumer shop, Alberto Zingaro. I'll meet you there. Goodbye.
Bye. Alberto Zingaro, customer, had at least a tangible name and occupation. His shop was tattered on in grimy windows and scarred wooden door, all immodestly marked with the proprietor's name in handsome 12-inch high gold letters. With a card dangling from the front doorknob reading, "Back in 10 minutes, Mr. Alberto Zingaro." There was nothing left for me to do but wait, until from someplace within arm's reach the conversation was declared open.
You have a match, please?
Yeah, I guess so. Here. when I raised the cup flame toward a smiling face sporting a mid-July sunburn topped by blonde crew-cut hair. I got ready for trouble. It never came.
Thank you. Good night.
Uh-huh.
Keep the change now. Marlowe?
Yeah.
Marlowe, is that Mr. Zingaro going off?
No, just a guy out of matches.
Oh. Well, I wonder where Zingaro is. He said everything to be ready and waiting for both of us. Me as Mephistopheles and you.
Just a minute. We said nothing about me going to that masquerade, Mr. Bishop. Not a word.
Mr. Marlowe, please. I'm sure Estes is going to try to get me tonight.
Yeah, I know, but when you want...
Gentlemen, good evening. I'm sorry to be late, but there was a costume that had to be delivered.
Mr. Zingaro, this is Mr. Marlowe, the gentleman I called about.
Oh, yes.
You'll be able to fit him all right.
I don't know. It depends, Mr. Bishop.
On whether or not I'll stand still.
Oh, Marlowe, please. Now, I'll pay you anything.
I know, but I... Okay.
Fine. Wonderful. Zingaro, open the door.
I am. Now, where is that light switch? Ah, yes. There. And now, here is your costume.
This is my costume?
Yes. You like it? You do.
Oh, no. No, it's pretty grotesque, even for Mephistopheles. A beast with wings.
My finest creation. It will surely bring you the first prize at the masquerade. A fiery bear's head, horns and all. It is as Faust saw the devil, the Lord of Darkness. And look, hunched high on your back, a black wing. You pull this cord here, and the wing flaps. And as for you, Mr. Marlowe, now let me think.
Something you can whip up quickly, Zingaro? Now, look, Marlowe, I'd appreciate it if you'd stop on your way to the club and pick up Madeline.
It's yours, your fiancée?
Yes, pick her up at my place. 2341 State Law.
2341.
Gentlemen, I have just the thing. Today, Mr. Marlowe. Tonight, Count Alessandro Cagliostro, 18th century impostor, criminal, and lover par excellence.
That's me. All in all, it was another hour, and I was just about rid of the afterglow of the day's goblins when I finally pulled up and parked in front of John Bishop's neat redwood and glass square in suburban Pacific Palisades. When I was out of my car and walking toward the thin stream of light that leaked out of the front door, which was open inches, the Halloween goblins started coming back fast. They whispered to me of what I might find across the threshold ahead. It took only a fingertip to leave the door open. Then inside, in the middle of the living room floor, a framed picture of a girl, face up. The glass over it smashed into a huge starburst, and around the edges, a trickle of blood. Ah, but the girl was beautiful. Hair spun from a red sunset. Skin as smooth as warm honey. A generous mouth that laughed without moving. Beautiful. Except for her eyes. They were green. A green of emeralds, clear and wide and deep. And they laughed, too. But the sound she felt somehow wasn't nice.
You approve, Mr. Marlowe? Mr. Marlowe?
Oh, forgive me. It's the first time I've seen a green witch.
Well, it's Halloween, remember?
Yeah.
Of course, I know I'm missing the blacked-out teeth and the bushy eyes. Now, picture. What happened to it?
Oh, it's probably the wind.
What?
But if I may, Count Alessandro Cagliostro awaits your pleasure.
Oh, that's you.
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, how nice. And how handsome for so bad a man. All John said was you were an old friend. Your arm, please, Count dear. The green witch is ready. Do we drive or fly?
Satan himself couldn't have done a better job in the West Palisades Country Club. The building, which was long and pasted too close to the edge of the cliff that plummeted 200 abrupt feet to the churning sea below, was flooded in a sickly green light, while skeletons in the trees, hanging in the restless wind by their narrow necks, danced a shadowy jig to the accompaniment of the crashing surf. The long, narrow path which ran along the cliff's edge leading to the country club entrance was labeled Dead Man's Walk, and every 50 feet a life-size dummy of an infamous man perched on the balustrade and stared blindly out to sea. Somehow, you couldn't quite laugh. However, inside, life was more pleasant. The lights were brighter, the costumes 5 parts fun to each part fear. And Madeline, was a little prettier than possible. And when she marched me up to a grande dame who was dressed as Marie Antoinette, but who was white enough to have also passed for 4 of the ladies in waiting, I couldn't make my eyes let go.
Mr. Marlowe, Your Excellency. As a lady of reception committee, I welcome you to our club. I said I welcome you to our club.
Excuse me. I mean, thank you. I'm sorry. I was looking for a friend, a beast with wings.
Oh, that one. John's over there near the punch bowl. That's the representing party. Over there, a giant-sized rum bottle for a costume. Quite appropriate, my dear. The only demon the gentleman on the inside knows is rum, believe me. And if it only... Oh, pardon me, newcomers.
No wonder Marie Antoinette was executed. Look, that man in armor, the one with the hump on his back, heading for the veranda. He's a heavy, too.
The gentleman's the notorious Duke of Gloucester. No historical hero.
Looks perfectly ridiculous with that beach boy complexion.
Yeah. And crew cut. Madeline, you haven't powdered your nose yet, huh?
But it doesn't need it.
Oh, yes, it does. Honest, honey. Besides, I need a breath of fresh air. I feel faint.
All around the town. If I fall down and break my crown, I'll bet I'll never spill a drop. It doesn't rhyme.
No.
Hello.
How are you?
It is not. I just fell down and broke my crown. But
Say, Duke.
Yeah?
Hey, Duke, I'd like to talk to you a moment, please.
What? Talk to me?
Who are you? Say, I can't tell. Your mask's pretty good. Quite deceptive.
Yeah, well, maybe I can help you. For one thing, I'm an international villain of sorts, but another, just a nice run-of-the-mill guy. The kind who'd never refuse a stranger a light, remember?
What? Oh, are you the guy?
Yeah, the guy you asked for a light when he was standing in front of Albert Zingaro's costume shop. And before you can start talking about how smaller world we live in or start lying about how natural your appearance was there, let's have the truth. Come on, Tin Pants. Was it because of Dale Estes?
Dale Estes?
You slipped.
All right. What's the difference? Yes, it was because of Estes. I know that he's an escaped convict. I also know he's the one way I can get Madeline away from that worthless Mr., shall I say, Bishop? Or would you prefer the full name, John Estes?
Bishop and Estes are related?
Yeah, like in brothers.
Oh. Thanks, Duke. I'm much obliged.
Hold on. Where do you think you're going?
Keep your hands off, Iron Man. Your face is hanging out, you know.
You'll not interfere. Not if I have...
Get your hands off! When I dropped the Duke of Gloucester, his face twisted in hurt surprise, and his suit of phony armor landed on a flagstone path like a truckload of tin cans with him in the middle. He was still clanking as I left him and went back to the ballroom where I spotted my client, the beast with wings at the punch bowl again, making himself even more hideous looking by pouring punch down a slit in his neck under the long papier-mâché chin. When I got close enough to see him, he spun toward me like I'd stuck a pin in him.
What do you want?
Hey, you're getting pretty jumpy, Bishop. You better take it easy. Also, you're getting a little thick-tongued. Don't you think you're riding the punch bowl too hard?
That's really none of your business, is it?
Certainly is. This is my business, too. You hired me to protect you against Dale Estes. But you didn't say one word about Estes being your brother. How about it?
Well, I didn't think it was necessary. How'd you find out?
From your sunburned friend with the crew cut, the hunchback in armor.
Oh?
He's been checking up on you because he doesn't think you're worthy of Madeline.
Oh, that's so.
Mm-hmm.
Where's Madeline now?
I think a broom saddle, maybe. I don't know.
Broom? Oh, yeah. I better go find her. Listen, I think things are going to be all right. You can take it easier from now on.
What gives you that idea, Bishop?
Well, nothing's happened so far. Maybe nothing will. I'll check with you later.
Don't tell you so. I simply must tell you. It's a scream.
I'll bet. What's got you funny, Bone Marie?
Well, sorry there. The bottle, you know, a demon rum. But he just told me that one of our wax statues out of the terrace is bleeding. Oh, is that terrific?
Yeah.
Oh, it's too loaded.
I saw. Now, nobody believes me, but I'll tell you anyway. It's bleeding. Real blood to it. That's too much. It's all right to have decorations
but using real blood is going too far.
Well, you're going too far, Harry, with the punch as usual. You better leave it alone, or God will get you before the
Nobody believes me. Hey, you believe me, pal.
Got a wax tummy bleeding? Not really, Harry.
Well, you should, because I saw it. The one way down at the end by the stairs. The one in the brown tweed suit. Bleeding real blood out of a gash in
brown
his chest.
tweed suit.
Oh, it was dreadful.
Wait a minute. Did you say brown tweed suit?
Did I say brown? Yeah, brown tweed suit. Yeah, but that's nothing. The real blood is the important. Hey, you believe me?
Yeah, come on.
Okay, come on. It's right over there, pal. Behind those bushes over there. Come on, you see. Nobody believed me when I do.
Well, where is it?
Hey, it's gone somebody when I moved it on me.
Oh, no.
Oh, listen, it was right here, propped up against the railing. It had a hat pulled down over his face, but I could see the gash in his neck from the light there on the top of the stairs.
Come on, Harry, let's get... Hey, wait a minute, Bottle. You can be right.
Oh, what do you mean? What's
There's blood here on the rail. Look, tell me, did those stairs go all the way down to the water?
Oh, yeah, but it's an awful climb. Better than 200 feet. There's a little boat landing down there.
I guess there's more than that down there now, Harry boy. Bottle of rum stared at me out of the peak holes in his label until I started down. Then he insisted on following. The stairs, chopped from solid rock along a natural path that wound over the face of the cliff, were steep and rough and slick, from wisps of fog that moved trustfully across them like wet, nervous fingers. But the bottle behind me was enchanted just enough to slip and skid with every step and still managed to keep his footing. Halfway down, we saw a crumpled hat, only a teaser to what we found at the bottom, in the winking yellow light of the lamp on the boat landing. He had struck on his face after plunging down 200 battering feet of jagged cliff. All that was left of the man in a brown tweed suit. The rum bottle costume beside me was still intact. But the little man inside of his liquor was wearing thin was beginning to come apart.
That's real funny. Some joke on the rest of them, because that's no wax dummy there. That's a real man.
It was a man.
I didn't see it very
Pull yourself
well.
together and give me a match. Yeah, boy. Yeah, fall like that can do a lot to a man's face.
Hey, this guy looks familiar to me. Well, from the back here, he looks like John Bishop.
He should. It's his brother. I wonder if Bishop figured things would be okay from now on.
Huh? What do you...
Hold it, listen.
What's the matter?
Shut up, will you?
I didn't hear.
Yeah, somebody's coming down the stairs. Get over there out of sight and keep quiet. As I made for the foot of the stairs, I looked up in time to see a hunchback monster in armor half hidden in the writhing yellow mist stuck back from the edge. He eased himself down the stairs. It was the Duke of Gloucester again, asking for another punch on his front pan jaw. So I took the slippery steps two at a time as far as the first blind corner where I found out that he beat me to it.
Oh, that's even the stuff, mister. Not for long, Bud. I'll kick your head next time. I knew you meant trouble. Now I know what kind.
That's enough out of you. Stand still.
What? A gun? Oh, no, you don't. You killer.
Sudden lunge in the dark caught me off guard, and my 38 went spinning away into the night. He turned and ran. The fog in the night, coupled with a useless 3-minute search for my gun, was all he needed. By the time I got up to the clubhouse terrace again, the Duke was gone. I was met instead by the ever-merry Marie Antoinette, only this time without giggles.
What's going on out here anyway?
Funny, baby. Did you see that phony hunchback, the Duke of Gloucester?
See him? I certainly did.
Oh?
He practically ran over me, shouting something about a phone call. Oh, when I see that goose...
Where'd he go? Inside?
Don't you boys know it's dangerous?
Later, baby, later. Right now, I want to know... Hey, wait a minute. That bracelet there on your wrist, where'd you get it?
It's the band of the Ladies Auxiliary of the West Palisades Minutemen.
The what?
The City Settlement Club.
Look, do all members have a thing like that?
Of course. It's got the club crest on it here. The ladies have bracelets, and the men...
I know what the men wear. I just saw one. If it means anything like I think it does, I better find Madeline Hughes, but fast. Have you seen her?
Madeline? Well, now let me see.
Yeah, she's the witch, the green witch.
Yes. Well, the last time I saw her, she was walking down toward the fountain with that wonderfully horrible Mephistopheles. Oh, she and John Bishop are a perfect couple tonight, don't you think?
But I think right now would scare you cross-eyed, sister, but thanks for the tip. I'll see you. I ran past the row of wax ghouls guarding the terrace railing and over to the gate where the flagstone path started. And I walked as fast as I could without stirring up echoes, down into the little sheltered alcove where the fountain was. There I saw them standing close together beside a pale marble bench, half hidden in the shadows. A beautiful green-eyed witch and a horned nightmare with huge, leathery wings hulking over her.
Listen to me.
John Bishop, you're drunk. I've never seen you like this before.
Well, I've got reasons. Dale is here in town right now.
What?
Yes. That means one thing.
He's found out about us. He knows what we did to him.
Wait a minute. I didn't lie in court about him. You did.
But you didn't object when you found out. Instead, you celebrated by getting engaged to me.
All right, John. Are you sorry? I played it the way I saw it. I've got me to worry about.
Buddy, you went to prison with the idea that you loved him, Madeline. In fact, he was trying to get his hands on enough money to keep you happy when the cops caught him.
Okay, I'm expensive. If he couldn't afford me, that's his problem.
And his love, Madeline. Whose problem was that?
John, what are you doing? John!
I'm not John, Madeline. I've already taken care of John. I'm Dale. And you really are a witch, Madeline. So I'm going to strangle the life out of you like you did me. Cut it out, Estes. Stay back, you. Take one more step and I'll plug you.
Just the last, Estes, because it won't do any good. You're trapped here.
Yeah, well, I'm going to get you, Nosy. And then her. And after that, all I got to do is walk across the dance floor in there and out the front door. And in this rig, I won't even be noticed.
You won't make it, sucker?
No. Oh, hey. Well, drop, will you?
Your gun's jammed, sucker. Now what?
Dirty lousy. Here. Take it. Oh.
My shoulder and arm were numb from the bullet. And I could feel my shirt front getting warm and sticky as I tried to follow him. But the flagstone path was 10 miles long, and my legs were melting. I saw him go to the ballroom door, and I made it over to the side of the building for support. But I knew I'd never catch him. I looked in the window, and I saw him start across the floor. A garish horned beast with wings, shoving his way to freedom. Or a milling mob of prancing demons. I was passing out. I knew it. I tried to yell to stop him, but the crowd inside was going crazy, laughing and cavorting around the beast with wings, clawing at him, holding him, shoving him back from the door. I saw him fighting and then go down as a horde of screaming creatures closed over him. And then everything went black. Marlowe? Are you awake, Marlowe? I won't stay long. I just want to thank you for saving Madeline's life.
Oh, Duke of Gloucester, huh?
Well, I'm really just Bruce Wiley. The doctor said...
Doctor? What is this? Where am I?
Santa Monica Hospital, Marlowe. You were shot, remember? 4 hours ago at the Halloween party?
Oh, yeah. Dale Estes. You got away, huh?
Got away? No, he didn't. I just came from police headquarters where Estes confessed. Want me to tell you about it?
Yeah. As far as I'm concerned, I dreamed it.
Well, Estes killed his brother, John Bishop, out in the terrace before the dance began.
He traded his brown tweed suit for Bishop's Mephistopheles costume so he could move around inside.
Yeah, that's right. Thomas was caught there by little Harry, the rum bottle, remember?
Mm-hmm.
But when the coast was clear, Estes threw the body over the cliff and went in to dance in Bishop's Mephistopheles costume.
Find Madeline, yeah. Now, look, I know this already, but after he shot me, it was a cinch to escape. That's where it gets fuzzy. What happened then?
Brother, as handsome a piece of irony as I've ever seen. The Mephistopheles costume that Bishop wore...
Don't tell me.
Yeah. Won first prize.
That's all.
The crowd wouldn't let Estes leave until he received the award and unmasked. Oh, it's quite a scene. Police I called when I thought you were a killer showed up to take him away. Then we found you and Madeline out on the terrace and brought you here.
And a happy Halloween to you, too. How's Madeline?
Fine, thanks to your efforts. She's waiting outside now. I'll send her in. She's awake now, Madeline.
Oh, okay. Don't wait for me, Bruce. Hello, handsome.
Hello, beautiful. Your throat's bruised.
It could have been worse. You figured it out just in time. Dale even had me fooled. His voice was so good. How'd you manage it?
Yeah, the corpse was wearing a wristwatch band from the Palisades Minutemen Club. That gave me the switch. And I knew it was Dale in the costume. I figured his only reason for impersonating his brother would be...
And you didn't even have a gun when you cut in on him. That took a lot of nerve, handsome. Thanks.
Don't mention it. Where'd you get the lights as you leave?
Not so fast. You heard some pretty bad things about me tonight, and probably thought up a few of your very own.
Matter of fact, I did. You got that kind of face. Cast spells. Better be careful with it, baby. Now, will you catch the lights on your way out, please?
A minute. I'm going to tell you something first. I've been sense scared into me tonight, and I've been thinking things are going to be different from now on.
Yeah? Who's next, Bruce Wiley?
I haven't decided.
But whoever he is, Marlowe, he'll be the only one, and he'll know exactly where he is. Does that help?
I'll have to see it happen first, baby.
Okay. I'm going away for a while, but I'll be back. Watch for me next Halloween.
Yeah, would you catch your lights?
I'll the lights on the way out. Bye.
When Madeline left, sleep left with her. I got out of bed, went over to the window, and looked out. The sky and the ocean were still dark. But over in the east, the first glow of dawn was starting on the horizon. And the goblins flew screaming into the mist until next Halloween. At that moment, something moved across the fading moon. Something that looked very much like a beautiful witch, with hair red as the sunset and cold green eyes. And then I saw something else on the white sand of the beach. A discarded witch's costume in green, and beyond it, just for a moment, I thought I saw Madeline leaning against a rock and looking out to sea. I never found out if it was Madeline or not. Because then the sun came up, and she and the costume and the night were gone.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous characters, star Gerald Moore, and are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Script is by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Eve McVeigh, John Daner, Paul Freed.
Pepsi-Cola, P-E-P-S-I. That's your smartest cola buy. Pepsi-Cola presents Counterspy.
Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy. Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy.
Harding, Counterspy, calling Washington. United States Counterspy, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad. Tonight, the case of the cold-blooded professor. Another Counterspy report to the American people. Brought to you each Tuesday and Thursday by Pepsi-Cola. Pepsi-Cola, hits the spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. That's right, you heard what they said. 2 full glasses of sparkling Pepsi from one big 12-ounce bottle. You're getting an extra glass full. And what a delicious glass full. The most refreshing, delightful cola that ever tickled your taste. You can't top Pepsi's tangy flavor. And that big, big bottle saves you money. Goes twice as far. Pepsi's America's big, big favorite. And America's biggest cola value. So why take less when Pepsi's best? Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember, why take less when Pepsi's best? And now, to Counterspy. The sun was just fading, and the shadows were disappearing along a country road about 100 miles west of Chicago, on the outskirts of a certain college town, Lipton, Illinois. A large black sedan, moving slowly, came to a full stop, and the driver spoke to a farmer beside the road.
Say, I wonder if you can tell me that house up on the hill there, for rent?
Oh, no, that's the professor's.
Oh, Professor who?
Horn, Professor Horn.
He teach at the college here?
No, everybody says he's a genius. Writes big articles for scientific papers. Inventor, too.
How long has he lived there?
Oh, about 5 years. Nice feller when he comes to town. Nice smile. Folks like him.
Do you have many visitors?
Don't seem to like visitors, mister. Got a lady housekeeper, though.
Oh, is she a nice person?
Oh, you can take her or leave her. About 50. Homely. Good, I guess, but homely.
How old is Professor Horn?
Oh, pressing 57 hard, maybe. Say, you want to know an awful lot, mister. Going up there?
I might. Thanks for the information. Goodbye.
Professor Horn, where do you want these books to go?
The left-hand shelf, Anna, next to the books on nuclear fission.
Must say I'd be glad to see a plain, ordinary novel in this library for once.
My dear, the only books worth reading are scientific, factual works.
Look at these. The Anatomy of Toxicology. Treatise on Molecular Growth and Decay. What's this one?
My scientific diary. I'll put that one away.
In that closet you never wanted me to look in? Oh, you should let me do that. Your lame leg gets tired so easy.
You know I never want my leg mentioned, Anna.
And I never could understand why you won't let me go down cellar and see some of your inventions.
I have a lifelong principle, Anna. Better to anticipate than to regret. Meanwhile, please bear in mind that I pay you well, and this does not include your asking questions.
Somebody's at the door. There's a black sedan in the driveway.
Well, go see who it is, but don't bring anyone in unless absolutely necessary.
I won't, Professor.
Close that door, Anna.
Of course. Yes?
I'd like to see Professor Horn, please.
He's busy.
My credentials.
L.D. Cameron, United States Counterspy. This way, Mr. Cameron.
Thank you.
Professor Horn, Mr. Cameron of the Counterspies.
Thank you, Anna. That will be all. Mr. Cameron, I live on an ironclad schedule. I should now be in my laboratory downstairs hard at work. I trust you can be brief.
2 nights ago, at 11:07 p.m. in Amberville, 42 miles south of here, the Farmers Exchange Bank was robbed of $121,000 in cash. The robber used a very ingenious electronic method of silencing the vault alarm system. However, the car used by the robber went through a puddle of oil and left certain tire tracks. Am I being brief enough?
No. But continue.
Every garage within 50 miles of Amberville has been checked for a car with those treads. The car in your garage has those tire treads.
That's a coincidence, Mr. Cameron.
That's no coincidence, Professor Horn. I'm placing you under arrest on suspicion of robbing the Amberville Bank.
Oh, this is upsetting, Mr. Cameron.
Leave that drawer alone. Put your hands in the air. I said put your hands in the air.
As you say.
I heard a shot. What happened? Oh, I see. But how'd you shoot him? There's no gun in your hand, Professor.
See under my coat, Anna? My invention, a small flat-handled gun strapped alongside my chest.
And a wire up through your sleeve.
When I raised my hand, it fired the gun. Now, no more questions. We're leaving, Anna. Help me unpack the closet.
So at last I'll see what you keep in there. Money. Stacks of money.
You will pack this money into those 2 suitcases, Anna.
All right. How about these 2 small packages?
Don't touch them.
What?
I'm never going to be captured alive, Anna. There's enough explosive in this package to kill me and anyone else around. And this is a bottle of vitriolic powder to throw into police officers' faces in close quarters. It burns frightfully.
I hope you never have to use it.
As I told you, it is better to anticipate than to regret. You will pack this too, Anna.
Why, Professor Horn, you've been wearing a wig.
Some fools wait until they're escaping to disguise themselves. I've been disguising myself for 10 years. Now I'll return to what I really look like.
You look 10 years younger without that wig.
And one thing more. This built-up shoe, which has made it appear that I limp. 2 good legs.
So you haven't been lame at all.
Professor Horn has now disappeared off the face of the earth. From now on, Anna, you will call me Mr. Harris. Now, let us get on with the packing.
What about the body of that man on the floor?
Oh, I have everything planned, Anna. Beautifully planned. The 3 of us are leaving together. We've been driving some time, Anna. You getting hungry?
Yes, Professor Mr. Harris.
Here, I have some candy bars in my pocket. Take one.
Thank you. Mr. Harris, do you know where this side road goes?
Yes, through the most deserted portion of the state.
Even so, Cameron's body may be found over there in the barn.
Oh, not for weeks. If then.
You think the car's safe?
I'll get rid of it as soon as I've hidden my money and securities in these hills against the future.
What will we live on meanwhile?
And I can get all the money I want any time. You forget my constant studies of crime techniques, of scientific methods, even of murder, by accident, by weapons, and by poison. Wasn't the candy bar good, Anna?
I can't see you. You poisoned me.
Of course, Anna. You're the only person in the world who knows what I really look like. How could you expect to go on living?
Washington, from Edwards in Chicago field office. Counterspy L.D. Cameron vanished while investigating Amberville bank robbery. Local farmer reports talking with Cameron about a Professor Emery Horn of Lipton, Illinois. Horn's house checked. Blood spots on library floor. Horn, housekeeper Anna Cable, and car have also vanished. Advice.
Chicago, from Harding. Peters and I are flying to join you at Professor Horn's house immediately. Allow nothing to be disturbed.
Peters, one of the strangest houses I've ever been in.
Yes. And people in the town say it's haunted, Mr. Harding.
It is, Edwards, with the invisible presence of a fantastically clever man. In the entire house, not one fingerprint, except of the woman.
Several tradespeople in the town say Horn always wore gloves.
Always?
Horn spread the story that he once burned his hands very badly in an experiment.
Well, it might be true, Peters. Again, it might not.
You saw his laboratory in the cellar.
Yeah. And look at these books. Chemurgy and Practical Applications.
calculus and the theory of relativity. Works on atomic energy, chemistry, poison, explosives.
It's an extraordinary man to absorb all that, Dave.
Horn's obviously extraordinary. And a genius at covering up. We know one of our own men was murdered here, and there's not a clue.
Not even one piece of handwriting.
Well, this man may strike again soon. Edwards,
Yeah.
instruct every counterspy field office throughout the country to report immediately all crimes committed for gain except where the criminal is definitely known.
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm leaving for a while.
What are you up to, Dave?
Somewhere there's a clue to this man. I want to flounder around a little by myself. See what I can turn up. Dr. Connors, in one of the grocery stores in town, a clerk told me that a year ago Professor Horn wasn't feeling well, and that led me to you.
Yes, Mr. Harding, I did treat Professor Horn a year or so ago. This is the record of his visit, Mr. Harding.
Did he pay you by cash or check?
Cash to my nurse. I recall he wore gray doeskin gloves throughout his visit here.
Did he mention having burned his hands?
Yes, but he never removed the gloves in my presence.
Oh. Did he limp or walk normally?
Frankly, Mr. Harding, I didn't notice. But one thing may interest you. I took some x-rays of his stomach. Here, let me show you. These three show all that's important.
And these small, darker patches. Ulcers?
Peptic ulcers. A severe case, Mr. Harding. A Horn is one of those apparently iron-nerved men. He gives few outward signs of emotion.
They often make the mistake of thinking they have no emotion.
Well, actually, they do. And their nervousness and emotion seek other outlets. In this case, peptic ulcers caused by a very high-strung nervous condition.
Doctor, did you give him a prescription?
Yes, a special bismuth powder compound. He tried them, and they gave him relief.
Do you think he's cured of his ulcers yet?
Well, I would doubt it very much.
Well, Doctor, he'll be buying bismuth powders more or less regularly.
Well, I assume so, Mr. Harding.
Dr. Connors, I'm very grateful to you. This is the first clue to this cold-blooded scientific killer we found. The big question is, where will he strike next?
Miss Lawrence, file these chemical orders, please.
But, Mr. Johnson, I never handle these local Denver orders.
Miss Lawrence, What is it? What's the matter with all of you?
Good day, everybody. Why stop working?
Don't point those guns at us.
Are you the boss here?
Why, yes.
I like your desk. Move away from it quickly.
Yes, all right.
Now listen, everyone. I have only a few seconds. I've just robbed the finance company office down the hall of $130,000. And there's a big commotion on the ground floor. Of course, the police expect me to leave that way, but instead I'm going to put my two guns on this desk, cover them with this newspaper. Now, get this. In a moment, the police may come in here. If one of you makes a false move, I shoot. And I'm a perfect shot. Does everybody understand? Now, I have a camera here, and I'm going to be taking your pictures.
We're detectives. Anybody see anything of a stranger? A hold-up man?
Why, no, officer. Speak up. Did anyone here see anybody who might be a hold-up man?
The place down the hall was stuck up. He got away.
I hope you catch him, Lieutenant, but just a moment. I'm taking some pictures for our sales convention. Would you mind standing there just a second, please?
Don't be a fool.
No. Keep the gun in your hand.
Kind of nonsense.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
If anybody sees any suspicious-looking stranger, tell the officers who are posted in the hall.
Yes, we certainly will.
Okay.
I I owe you all my thanks. You behaved very well.
Why don't you leave us alone?
Why, young lady, I couldn't think of it yet. Stand over here, will you? I want a photograph of you.
Me?
That's good. Yes, you are pretty. Smile, can't you?
I can't.
Oh, come now. I want a picture of that sincere, honest face. So different from your employer's.
What do you mean?
I noticed the chemical ingredients in that container on the shelf. The cetapenium, 2% elixir of dichlorosulfate, and trichinobirboric and colloidal suspension, an entirely ineffective combination, my dear fellow. Now, my dear, let's smile. Come. A lovely girl like you can always smile. That's it. Hold it. Thank you. And now, everybody, I'm going out of that door. My guns are in my pockets. Remember, I have photographs of all of you. If any one of you talks to the police, I'll come back and shoot. All clear? Good day. And goodbye to you, my dear.
Before we go back to Counterspy, please listen.
Pepsi-Cola, hits the spot, silver glances, that's a lot. Lot more value, lot more zest. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
More and more, among fellows and girls, among mothers and dads, you hear that sane and sensible question, why take less when Pepsi's best? No budget, no allowance ever had a better friend than tangy, sparkling Pepsi-Cola. Because one big 12-ounce Pepsi bottle gives you 2 delicious drinks. That's twice as much tangy taste, twice as much delicious Pepsi to go just twice as far. That's why more and more families say, why take less when Pepsi is best? Yes, families like yours and mine, families all over America. They're all saying, why take less when Pepsi is best?
Pepsi-Cola so delicious, and each bottle makes 2 drinks. It is certainly the cola for the purchaser who thinks everybody's drinking Pepsi. Just compare it with the rest. So much more and so much finer. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
Today, tomorrow, always. Get America's biggest cola value. Take home a carton of 6 big Pepsi bottles. Insist on Pepsi at the store. And say Pepsi at the fountain. Say Pepsi at the stand. Say Pepsi. Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember,
why take less when Pepsi's best?
And now, back to Counterspy. David Harding and his assistant, Harry Peters, are in the communications room of the Counterspy field office in Chicago.
Dave, from this report of that big robbery in Denver yesterday, I have a hunch it was Professor Horn.
So have I, Peters. The cleverness of the planning, the daring, that camera gag.
But no gloves and no limp.
No, I can't account for that.
And from the description, he must have been 10 or 15 years younger than Horn.
Yes, but it's the tricky method of committing the crime that strikes me hardest.
What's our move?
We'll send out this new description of him to all police and Counterspy field officers. Also, a description to all druggists in Colorado. Instruct them to watch for a stranger who may come in and order a bismuth powder compound. A man similar to this new description.
Edward, from the Denver field office to David Harding. Denver druggist reports that a man answering description of Professor Horn came in to have a bismuth powder compound prescription filled. The druggist expects the man to return in 2 hours for the prescription.
Harding to Denver. Set up spot surveillance of suspect immediately, but do not alarm him. He may carry explosives or poison for self-destruction. I'm joining you by jet plane.
hardly any noise, Dave. Jet planes for me from now on.
Yes, remind me to ask for a jet-propelled transport model on the next bus.
Uh-oh. Denver reporting.
Right. Go ahead, Denver.
Edwards reporting from the drugstore where Horn just got his medicine. We have a walkie-talkie set up with all agents conducting surveillance. Do you want to be cut in?
You bet your life I do.
Then I'll have you cut in, sir. The suspect has turned out of my sight. Our next agent is in Sedan, 1 block up. Agent D. Agent D, is the suspect in your sight?
Suspect is walking down the other side of the street from me, taking his time. Uh-oh, he's walking fast now. Heading straight up the street. Edwards should be near him now in a taxi cab. How about it, Edwards? Come in, Edwards.
Edwards reporting again, Mr. Harding. I'm now in a taxi, cruising about 100 feet behind Horn, who's walking faster now. Maybe for the bus station on the corner. Uh-oh.
What is it?
A very pretty girl out of the crowd to meet him. He kisses her. Now they're heading for one of the buses.
Edwards, order one of our agents to drive ahead and get on the bus. We'll be with you in Denver in another hour.
Mr. Harding?
Yes, Edwards. What's the layout?
Horn and the girl entered that bungalow there.
The place is almost entirely dark.
Living room lights are on, but all the blinds are down.
The place surrounded?
Yeah, set up big. 2 men at each post. You want to rush the house?
I want Horn alive. There's no telling what trick he might pull. Let me have your walkie-talkie.
Here.
Thanks. Harding to Peters.
Peters.
Peters. Pull all agents back to setup C, farther from the house. Come over to see me. We have to work out a different plan of attack. And it's got to be done.
Emery, you play beautifully.
Thank you, my dear.
I saw you had a package from the drugstore. You're not sick or anything.
Oh, no, dear. They're just bismuth powders. They help my stomach.
Emery,
Yes, Gilda.
I feel very happy with you.
I'm glad.
Funny. Sometimes, once in a while, you meet someone you feel you've known all your life.
It's only been 3 days, Gilda.
I feel as though I'd known you all my life. And still, I don't know a thing about you except that I love you.
That's very sweet, Gilda.
On second thought, I do know something about you. Something you try to hide from me.
And, what is that, Gilda?
I guess you do it because you really think I'm not very bright.
Gilda, what is it?
You're brilliant. The books you talk about, your remarks about things in the newspapers, on the radio, and then you say it's nothing.
Compared to you, my dear, it is nothing.
Emery, there's something else I know.
You're not as unobserving as I thought, Gilda.
I mean, I think you've almost asked me to marry you, and Emery, if you do, I will.
Gilda, you're ready.
Oh, what was that?
Car crashed into the lamppost right in front of the house.
Oh, no.
Man seems to have been thrown from it. No. He was hit by the car. The car's racing away down the street.
Those hit-and-run drivers. We've got to help him.
Oh, wait, Gilda.
But we can't let him lie there.
Very well, I'll go with you.
Oh, he's badly hurt. His face is all bloody. Let's move him up on the lawn.
No, Gilda. You must never move an injured person.
Poor man, all that blood.
Let me have a closer look. Bones broken. No. Shot, probably very serious. Head contusions and a brace. No, that's funny.
What is it, Emery?
I could just see better in this light.
See what, Horn? What?
What are you...
There's a trick. That's right.
Who are you? What are you doing? What's that? I got to get away from me. You hear me? Get away from me.
Hold it, Peters. While I get the handcuffs going. I've got him, Dave. Keep that wildcat off my back.
Let me go. You let me go.
All right, young woman. We're United States Counterspies.
Counterspy?
You'd better be glad this happened. In another week, you'd have been as dead as Anna Cable, this man's housekeeper, and Counterspy Agent Cameron.
I can't believe it.
You were right, Dave. Here's the vial on him, and I'm betting it's explosive. All right, Harding. I don't know how you found me, but you'll never keep me.
Until you go to the death house, I'll see that you're kept in the safest penitentiary in the country, Horn. Come on, get going.
When your friends drop in, be generous, but be thrifty, too. Serve plenty of delicious Pepsi-Cola. Pepsi's big 12-ounce bottle gives you not just one sparkling glassful, but two. Get a carton of 6 and serve 12 delicious drinks. Yes, Pepsi is America's biggest cola value. You get twice the tangy taste, twice the refreshment, twice the Pepsi. So why take less when Pepsi is best? Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember,
Pepsi-Cola hits the spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. Lots more value, lots more depth. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
Tune in every Tuesday and Thursday, same time, same station to Counterspy. Listen on Thursday for the exciting Counterspy case of the cold-blooded professor.
That's right. For we never expected that Professor Horn would cause your counterspies many more frantic hours. Only Professor Horn would use prison pants that had been washed in lemon juice, or create a new appearance by stealing watch crystals and mixing them with flour, water, and wire, and escape from an escape-proof penitentiary. Be sure to tune in on Thursday, day after tomorrow, for
File Number 2, Case of the Cold-Blooded Professor, on Counterspy. Tonight's Counterspy program originated in New York and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer with music by Jesse Crawford. Counterspy is a Phillips H. Lord production for Pepsi-Cola. Enjoy some Pepsi, ice cold tonight.
It's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective, presented by the 3 great Linex home brighteners, Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax, created by Acme, America's great producer of fine Acme quality paints. Today's curious adventure,
Ready for murder. For Nick Carter and the mystery of the dead Scotty.
In just a moment, we'll hear how the dead Scotty dog helped Nick Carter solve the mystery of the Ames farm, and of how he saved from death the young heir to the estate who was ready for murder. You know, it doesn't take folks long to learn what's worthwhile. That's why millions of wise American homemakers have discovered Chemtone, the miracle wall finish.
That's why they're now discovering this new magic for woodwork, floors, and furniture, the 3 great Linex home brighteners. Linex clear gloss varnish to give lustrous, longer-lasting protection to every wood and linoleum surface. Linex cream polish to renew the sleek, gleaming beauty of fine furniture. And Linex self-polishing wax to lend rich, satiny loveliness to any floor, wood, linoleum, or tile. Take the modern shortcut to new home beauty with the 3 great Linex home brighteners. You'll find them all at your hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for Chemtone, the Miracle Wall Finish. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. As our story opens, we find Nick and Patsy just entering the hotel room of John Ames, a young friend of Nick's.
Oh, hello, Nick. Patsy.
Hello, John.
Glad to see you. Come on in. Thanks. Good to see you again.
Oh, Nick, look at that darling Scotty on the bed.
Hey, Mac, get down off that bed.
I look so cute there with his head on the pillow.
I've never been able to break McTavish of the habit. Oh, by the way, this is Chief Danis of the local police. Nick Carter and Patsy Bowen, Chief.
How do you, Carter?
Well, let's get down to business. Chief Danis and I have just come from my Aunt Mary's funeral, as you know. The coroner's verdict was that Aunt Mary killed herself with aconite. But I don't believe it.
Why not, John?
First, because she wasn't the suicide kind. Second, because if she wanted to kill herself, she would have used poison she was more familiar with. She was a gardener, knew all about nicotine sulfate and arsenic and so on.
Well, nothing very positive there. Well, Mr. Carter, how about this? Since John's grandfather, old Henry Ames, passed on at the age of 83 4 years ago, 3 of the heirs have died. Typhoid killed Frank last year. Phil was shot in a hunting accident 2 years ago. And now Mary dies of aconite poison.
But the Purcells keep right on running the farm, the way they always have.
Who are the Purcells?
Adam and Paul Purcell were first employed as farm managers by my grandfather. Each successive owner since then has kept them on.
So far, everything seems quite open and above board.
Yes, but each time one of the last 3 Ameses has died, the word murder has been whispered all over town.
But why? I don't get it.
Well, just a feeling. No proof at all, but the rumor persists that the Purcells know more about than they can let on.
And as a medical student, I can say that the chances of 3 healthy people dying off like that, one after another, purely as a coincidence, is less than 1 in 100.
Is there any question about your grandfather's death being natural?
Well, no, none at all.
And how about Phil?
He shot himself in the chest while out hunting with the Purcells.
And it was his gun, with only his fingerprints on it.
I see. And how about Frank's death?
He died in bed of not typhoid.
Nothing to show it wasn't on the level?
Not a thing, Mr. Carter.
Well, now tell me about your Aunt Mary's death. Anything wrong there?
Well, nothing you can put your finger on. Oh, here's a fact. And I want to say that they've been checked and proven in every detail.
That's right, Mr. Carter. What John will tell you is nothing but facts.
All right, let's have them.
Aunt Mary lived alone in the big house. The Purcells and Lizzie Gregg, their hired girl, lived in the tenant house. Lizzie took care of the big house and got the meals for Aunt Mary, but she didn't sleep there. Well, this particular morning, Lizzie walked over to the big house at 7 in the morning, called my aunt, got no answer, and investigated. My aunt was in bed, dead.
And it snowed that night before all night. And the tracks we found when we got there proved, mind you, that no one was in the house that night with his aunt.
And the post-mortem shows she died of aconite poisoning, huh?
Yes, a minute dose, but fatal and positive. Just enough to kill her.
Well, where'd you get this aconite?
Well, Lizzie used it for a heart condition for years. Kept the bottle in the big house in the kitchen cabinet.
Oh, I see.
The bottle was found on his aunt's bedside table, with her fingerprints plainly showing on top of Lizzie's.
But it couldn't be an accident, because aconite is neither odorless nor tasteless, and couldn't be taken without knowing it. And the poison was administered to my aunt through her mouth.
Oh, it certainly looks like suicide to me.
Except for one thing, Patsy.
What's that?
A person going to commit suicide would pour themselves out a good sizable portion of the poison they intended to use. Not just barely enough to kill them. She wouldn't know enough to do that.
If she didn't leave any suicide note, either.
But if it wasn't suicide, and if she couldn't have taken it by accident, and if nobody could have forced it on her without her knowing it was being done, where does that leave you?
Exactly, Patsy. It proves just one thing in my mind. It proves a cold-blooded, deliberate murder, carefully planned and executed. I don't know how it was done, but it was. The same goes for Phil's death and Frank's. And I'll bet the Purcells are the murderers or the accomplices. They stand to gain a nice income from the farm, which goes to them if the last heir dies. They've been planning this for years. They planned it so carefully that the evidence proves them not guilty every time.
Adam Purcell, where did you come from?
I knocked, but there was so much talk and nobody heard me. So I come in.
John, I heard what you said.
Well, I meant it, every word. How do you happen to be here, Purcell?
I heard John was coming down here to meet Chief Dennis and you, Mr. Carter. I guessed why, so I followed him.
To spy on me?
No, young man, not to spy, to resign. Paul and Lizzie are against the idea. I'm the elder brother, and what I say goes.
You mean you'll all move off the farm?
Just that, and right now.
Mr. Purcell, I meant every word I said just now, and I'm not taking back a word of it. But you can't resign, and I can't let you go.
No. Why not?
Because if they go now, it means either they're quitting under fire, or I'm afraid to live on the farm with them. Besides, I need farm managers, and the Purcells are the best managers I know.
I think you're right, John. Well, how do you feel about it, Mr. Purcell?
I don't know. But I guess I can stand it if he can. All right. We'll put the food on your table, clean your house, run your farm. But that's all. We won't have nothing to do with you, nor you with us.
I understand, and I agree.
I'll be getting along.
Hey, quiet, Mac, and get down off my bed. Come on, get down.
You're going back to the farm tonight, Mr. Ames?
Yes, especially in view of what just happened.
You still think Purcell's guilty?
Yes, I do. Adam wanted to resign either because he was afraid or because he wanted to establish an alibi. Because if I should be killed while the Purcells weren't living on the farm, they'd be cleared of all the deaths. No. I'm going back there and prove that the Purcells actually did what I think they did. Well, Mac, this seems to be the kitchen. Oh, there's nobody here. Yes, there is, in that rocking chair. How do you do?
You let your dog in the house?
Why, yes. Mac's always lived with me in my room.
Ain't fitting. Where you sleep?
Why, in the master bedroom, of course.
Good. Best room in the house. What time you want breakfast?
About 8 o'clock. I'd like eggs, bacon, and coffee.
You set the time, young man, and I'll furnish the meals. Good night.
Well, yes, Mac, that was probably Lizzie. Well, if that's the way they want it, okay. Come on, let's have a look at our house. So this is the master bedroom. Gosh, Mac, so furniture's beautiful. Hey, get down off that bed, Mac. You've got to turn over a new leaf in this house. Lizzie won't have you sleeping on beds, I know. Oh, all right. Stay there for now. Gosh, I wonder why the whole house smells so strongly of alcohol. Smells like a box. The phone's here in the bedroom. Swell. Hello?
Hello, John. I just thought I'd call and see how you're making out.
Oh, gosh, Nick, it's good to hear your voice. This is a grand old house, but it's so quiet you can cut it with a knife.
Any new ideas yet?
Yes, one or two. Nick, I'd like to have you get me a permit to exhume Frank Ames' body and autopsy the remains. If arsenical poisoning was wrongly diagnosed as typhoid, it can still be checked.
All right, John. I'll bring the permit out with me when I come tomorrow. Oh, by the way, if the Purcells were to inherit the farm, where would Lizzie come in?
She wouldn't. She has no interest in it at all. She wouldn't get to touch a dollar of it. Why?
Oh, just wondered.
I understand Lizzie and Paul were talking of getting married about 5 years ago, but nothing came of it.
I see. Well, all right, John. I'll see you about 11 in the morning. Good night.
Good night, Nick. Well, come on, Mac. You'll have to get off the bed now, because I'm getting in it myself. Lizzie, that was the best breakfast I ever ate. And I mean it.
Yes, maybe you do. I know when I'm being made fun of.
Lizzie, I wonder if you could manage to get rid of that barrel of alcohol I saw in the cellar this morning. I can smell it all over the house.
It's better speak to Paul, young man. I've been trying to get rid of that barrel all winter. It leaks.
Yes, it certainly does.
You'll have to get Paul to get rid of it. And he's real stubborn.
Hey, where is Paul now?
Plowing, of course. Where else this time of year?
Well, thanks, Lizzie. See if I can find him. Paul, could you come over here a minute, please?
Whoa there, whoa! What you want? I'm powerful busy, young man.
I want to see where Phil was killed.
Oh. Right over there it was. We was after grouse. I climbed through the wire here, and he went over the fence there. Shoved his gun through ahead of him. Stock hit that rock, and bang, got him in the chest.
I see. Thanks.
You mind if I get back to my plow? We're behind now.
No, not at all. You and Adam certainly keep this place in beautiful shape.
We aimed to. All run down when Adam and me was hired, but now everything's up to snuff. And no Ames ever put his hand to it yet.
I think I'll roam around and see what there is to see. Haven't been here since I was a kid. Come on, Mac. Hey, Mac, look at the time. 11 o'clock. Must be Nick blowing for us. Come on. We'll go back through the cattle lane. Ought to be the quickest way to the house. Oh, gosh, this cattle lane's a beautiful job. Almost 200 yards, straight from the barn out to the fields where the cows are put out to pasture. Fenced on both sides with 5 strands of barbed wire. Oh, each one of them as tight as a banjo string. That, Mac, is a model fence if I ever saw one. Yes, Mac, I see him. It's Nick, all right. Oh, he's got Patsy with him. Watch out! Watch out now! Hey, under the fence, guy, quick. I'll have to go over the top if I can jump that high.
Series of accidents is continuing. John's first day on the farm, and already death runs to meet him. Can this murderous setup be solved in time to save John from being killed? We'll see in just a moment. When your youngsters track in mud, slush, or snow just after you've cleaned the floor, you know it's exasperating. But when your floors are protected by Linex clear gloss varnish, presto, those wintertime puddles are whisked away in a hurry. That's because Linex clear gloss keeps dirt and water right on the surface. Linex clear gloss gives a beautiful finish, too. Its gleaming, transparent luster gives that lovely, sparkling, clean look every homemaker delights in. And how Linex clear gloss wears. It even resists damage by hot grease, boiling water, fruit acids, perfume, and alcohol, which makes it especially fine for tabletops as well as for linoleum and wood floors. Best of all, Linex clear gloss is brushed on so easily, so smoothly, that it's practically no work at all. And once it's applied, your home has that handsome, well-kept appearance for a long, long time. Ask for it at your dealers now. Linex, Lin-X, Linex Clear Gloss Varnish. You'll find all 3 great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And now back to our story. As we left John, he was in a narrow lane, hemmed in on both sides with high barbed wire, trying to escape the mad rush of a bull charging down on him from the farm. It is now a few minutes later.
The bull get you, John?
No, I'm all right. I never saw such a pretty view of balding as you did over the top of that fence.
I can't understand it. The bull couldn't break out of his pen. Somebody must have left the gate to the pen unlatched.
Well, it doesn't matter now. No damage was done.
I told you that bull would get away someday. Told you the padlock the pen. But no, you men knew it all.
What are you doing here, Lizzie? Get back to the house where you belong.
Come down here to tell the young man he's got company. I see he's found out for himself.
Yes, I found him. Well, John, shall we go somewhere and talk?
We won't be disturbed there. Nobody will bother us here, Nick.
Good. Well, first, John, I got the permit to exhume your uncle's body. I brought the undertaker along to dig it up and take it back to town.
Good.
Second, I got hold of your Uncle Phil's shotgun, the one that killed him. I examined it pretty closely.
Find anything interesting?
I did. I found evidence that seems to bear out your feeling that his death may not have been the accident they claim it was.
Why, this house reeks of alcohol, doesn't it?
Yes, there's a barrel of the stuff in the cellar. For some reason, it smells up the whole place. Come in.
Young man, you leave this farm tonight. Otherwise, you're going to get yourself killed.
Killed? By whom?
Maybe I don't know, and maybe I do. I seen the hand and the arm that pushed the bolt on the bullpen gate open. That bolt was loose deliberate.
If you know who did it, you ought to speak up.
prevent further tragedy.
I only recognized the sleeve of the shirt. It was Toromite. But they could have got their shirts mixed up, so I ain't saying. Now you heed what I tell you, young man. Get out. And get quick.
Wish she could have been more positive in her identification.
I wonder how positive she really is.
Maybe she doesn't know herself.
Maybe. But I'm beginning to get an idea.
You mean you can see an end to this riddle?
No, but I think I begin to see where we're headed. And it's not pretty. Well, I've got work to do right now. I'll see you tonight, John. And in the meantime, be careful.
Hello? Nick Carter speaking.
Hello, Nick. I know I'm going to see you tonight, but since you've been gone, something's happened I think you ought to know.
What's that, John?
Both Adam and Paul have come to me secretly at different times, and each one has told me that he saw his brother unlatch the gate to the bull's pen.
You mean they each accused the other?
Yes, Nick.
Well, very interesting. Oh, by the way, John, an autopsy on your Uncle Frank's body shows arsenical poison in fatal quantities. No question but what it was murder.
But who did it, Nick? Who did it?
Suppose you get all three of the first cells in the big house at 10 in the morning. I'll need until then to clean up the details. Tell them I found out something conclusive. But don't tell them what. May make one of them come through with a confession, maybe.
All right, Nick. 10 in the morning.
Right, John. And watch yourself tonight.
Operator. Emergency. I'm poisoned. Get me a doctor, quick. And then get Nick Carter at the hotel. You got that? Get a doctor. And then call Nick Carter. Seems as if you and Nick got here awful fast, Nancy.
When Nick's in a hurry, he doesn't waste any time getting places.
You know what you were poisoned with, John?
Yes, it was aconite, all right. I know that. I can't figure out how I got it.
Your pulse is very low. We've got to make it pick up.
Do you know how?
Of course she does. Patsy's practically a full-fledged nurse.
Well, it's lucky. There's nobody here on the farm I can trust.
Here, drink this, John. It'll stimulate your heart. And you better walk up and down.
I say, I just heard on the extension phone that John was poisoned. Is that true?
It's true, all right.
You only know what you heard on the phone?
Why, sure. What else? How is he?
We don't know yet.
Oh, I'd rather taken the poison in my own stomach than he should get it. I never dreamed of any killing or knowed any was being done.
Nick, will you get me?
Adam, come quick.
Hey,
Paul.
what?
He's took poison, too. He's hardly breathing. Adam.
Paul, too? Paul poisoned?
Adam, Paul's dying.
If you could let me have some of that stuff you're using for John, ma'am, I'll go tend to Paul.
Why, of course. Here you are.
Adam.
Come in, Lizzie. Come in.
Paul must have poisoned you and himself, John. That's the only answer. And that means Paul did all those other things, too.
But I took nothing since dinner. That was much too long ago to have waited all this time to take effect. It's impossible. I've eaten nothing and drunk nothing since 7 o'clock. It's 2:40 in the morning now.
Then what in the world could it...
If that's the doctor, Patsy, rush him to Paul.
Okay.
Paul must talk before he dies. He's got to clear this thing up.
John, did you say you'd had nothing to eat or drink for the last 7 or 8 hours?
That's right, Nick. The same as Aunt Mary's case, exactly. She was poisoned without knowing how it was done. So was I. The answer to one is the answer to both. And Paul's killing himself looks as if he were that answer. Although I can't figure out how he could have done it.
John, I'd like to have a look at your room. Feeling strong enough?
Yeah, sure, Nick. Let's do it now. Nick, do you think that... Hey, Mac, get off that bed. Hey, Mac, come on. Mac! That's funny. Usually... Nick! He's dead.
Don't touch him.
Why not?
Look, John. His head's on a pillow in the same place yours would be if you were in bed.
Yes, Nick, but so what?
You slept on that pillow and almost died. Mac sleeps there and does die. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
No, I'm afraid not. What should it mean?
Aconite was poured on the pillowcase before you went to bed.
What?
Remember, aconite is so powerful it can be absorbed through the skin, particularly the thin, damp mucous membrane of the lips.
Well, that's right, Nick.
A person sleeping on that pillow with aconite spilled on it had poisoned himself in a couple of hours.
Because you were restless, you got up before the dose was fatal. But Mac, with his very bad habit of sleeping on your pillow and sleeping very soundly, slept there once too often.
But, Nick, why didn't I smell it?
What does aconite smell like?
Well, alcohol.
Right.
Oh, of course, the house reeks of alcohol. Naturally, I'd never smell it.
That alcohol smell is part of the plot, John.
Who, Nick? Who?
Let's get everybody together and talk it over. Maybe that way we'll get along faster. So up to now, we've got this much settled. I found that the safety catch on the shotgun that killed Phil 2 years ago had been tampered with, so it is no good. Lizzie swears she saw Paul fooling around the gun just before the accident. An autopsy proved that Frank was killed by a mixture of arsenic and boron, which Lizzie and Adam both say Paul was trying out as a new spray for bean beetles. The bull was let out of his pen on purpose, unquestionably to kill John Ames. Lizzie says she recognized the torn sleeve of Paul's shirt on the arm she saw slip the latch. Adam agrees with her. Unfortunately, Paul died without saying anything, so we don't know his side of the story. But we do know he told John that Adam did it.
I don't need to hear no more, Mr. Carter. I'm packing up and getting out of here now, tonight.
I'll help you pack, Adam. I know where your things are. I ain't leaving you.
You ain't a Purcell, Lizzie. It ain't fair to ask you to share my troubles.
But I want to, Adam. I've always looked after you. You think I'm going to stop now?
Lizzie, you're real kind, but I can't allow it. I can take care of myself.
Adam, if I were you, I wouldn't refuse Lizzie like that.
Huh?
She's in love with you.
She ain't neither. Lizzie's an old maid.
That's where you're wrong. And that's where everybody went wrong. Lizzie is in love with you. That's how all this came to happen.
Oh, Nick, you aren't making any sense now.
Yes, I am, Patsy. Lizzie hated Paul for not marrying her that time they were engaged. Now she's grown to love Adam, and she wanted him to have the farm because she thought that was what he wanted more than anything else in the world. So she tried to kill off the heirs, one after another, and throw the blame on Paul.
But the safety catch on Phil's gun, the poison that killed Frank.
Oh, John, any farm woman knows enough to do those things, and she killed your Aunt Mary the same way she tried to kill you. No trace of aconite was found on your aunt's pillow because Lizzie changed the pillowcase before calling for help. She'd have changed yours, too, if things had gone right, but she didn't have time. And every once in a while, she spilled a little alcohol out of the barrel in the cellar to keep the house smelling of it.
But that's not proof, Nick.
No, it isn't. But I'm willing to bet that if you look, you'll find she just changed Paul's pillowcase. And I don't doubt you'll find that pillowcase still smelling of aconite somewhere in the house where the Purcells live. And that will be proof.
You don't need to look. Of course I done it. All of it. Just like you say. It was easy. You're all so dumb. Just like all men. Never thought a woman could do anything for you but cook and sew.
Letting the bull out of his pen. You couldn't have done that.
Oh, couldn't I? Look at my hands. They look just like a man. I put one of Paul's shirts under my skirt when I went out to the barn and slipped it over my arm when I opened the bolt. Nobody knowed it was me. Even them who saw me do it didn't know.
How did you know, Nick?
It had to be that way. There was no other answer that would fit all the facts as I gathered them in. The exact method used and the motive behind it were the things I had to find out before I could act. Lizzie almost beat me to it this last time. I didn't think she was ready to act so quickly.
Gosh, Nick, I hate to think of having to turn her over to the police. Since I've been here, I've grown fond of Lizzie.
You won't have to feel sorry for me, young man. I do things instead of talking about them. When your old was John, I took the rest of the aconite in the bottle. Now just leave me be. I'll die without no help from any of you.
In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will bring you a preview of next week's exciting case. But first, a word to the ladies. Homemaking is an art that brings genuine happiness to everyone who lives in a well-kept home, everyone who visits it. It's a real achievement to keep your home attractive. So it's worthwhile to know how much help the three great Linex home brighteners can give you. Linex Cream Polish, for instance, restores the original shining beauty of your fine furniture, disposes of blurry fingerprints almost by magic, gets rid of that cloudy film left by dust and old polish. Linex Cream Polish helps hide ugly scratches, too. Yet it takes only one quick application, because Linex Cream Polish actually cleans your furniture as it polishes, leaving it spick and span, bringing out the true beauty of the wood. What's more, Linex cream polish dries to a hard surface without oiliness to attract more dust. Ask your dealer for the modern furniture polish which cleans as it polishes, saving one whole step in your cleaning routine. Ask him for Linex cream polish for fine furniture. You will find all three great Linex home brighteners, Linex self-polishing wax, Linex clear gloss varnish, and Linex cream polish at your nearest hardware, paint, or department store. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. Well, Nick, what new and exciting adventure do you plan to tell us about next week?
A scientist and inventor whose home was on the coast was found in his laboratory one morning with a bullet hole through his forehead.
Much to my regret, because we were supposed to be vacationing up there, not capturing murderers.
Well, I suppose murderers have to be captured no matter what happens.
Yes, Ken. And this time I was intrigued by the killing, because the only clue that had any value was a piece of rope. A kind of rope that none of us had ever seen before.
And there was a thunder shower at midnight, too, which helped to put the finger on the killer.
Sounds interesting. Yes, I'll listen. What's the title of your story?
I call it Crime at Cold Harbor.
Or the Mystery of the Murdered Scientist.
And that's all for now. Details next week. So long.
So long, everybody.
And so long to both of you. We'll be expecting to hear from you again next week as usual. Next week at this same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, entitled
Crime at Cold Harbor. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Murdered Scientist.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is featured in Street and Smith magazines. Lon Clark is starred as Nick with Helen Choate as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White, and the programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented at this time and over these same stations each week by the three great Linex home brighteners. Linex clear gloss varnish, Linex cream polish, and Linex self-polishing wax, created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme fine quality paints. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is Mutual.
Wheaties presents Night Beat. On stage tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, Night Beat, another in the Wheaties big parade of exciting half-hour presentation. Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. My stories start in many different ways. This one began with an old man's fury and ended with the murder of a dream.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
See how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. Yes, sir, yes, ma'am. Get up in the morning and get real close to a bowl full of these little golden flakes. See if it isn't a wonderful morning, because Wheaties are fun to get up to. Bright, crisp, friendly little flakes of whole wheat. And they're fairly crackling with vitamins and minerals to help you work happy all morning long. Shake on some strawberries, or bananas if you'd rather. Pour on the milk, and you've got it. Breakfast of champions. Try 'em. See how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
It was one of those half-spring, half-winter nights. tried to convince myself that the tingling in my toes was youth on the march, but it was only the stone corpuscle slowing up. So I'd almost decided to go back to the office and do a human interest story on the H-bomb when I noticed where I was. It was on one of those streets lined with cheap tenements. In front of one of them, a taxi stood at the curb. The driver was shaking his finger under the nose of an old man who shivered in his shirt sleeves. I moved closer.
I tell you ain't going no place, Pop. You run a bill of 6 bits. It's on the meter.
But I will pay you as soon as I can.
Sure. 10 to 1, you ain't seen 6 bits in the last year.
But you must take me to where I want to go. You must.
You ain't getting back in my hat.
But you've got to take me. I am going to get...
Okay, I asked you nice.
Hey, come on, take it easy, both of you.
This ain't none of your business, mister.
I heard you arguing.
Please, it's getting late. I've got to go.
He ain't going in my cab.
Why not? What'd he do?
Now, look. Since you stuck your nose in okay, I'll tell you. He gives me a call when I'm cruising. I pick him up. He gives me an address. I get almost there, and he tells me to come here. Here.
Well, what's wrong with here?
Mister, look at this crummy joint. Look at the guy. No hat, no coat. He gets out, I ask for the 6 bits and find out he's got no dough.
Oh? Is that right?
Yeah, but he will get paid. I will get some money.
Sure, he'll win a sweepstakes, but I can't wait.
Here. Here's your money.
You paying for it?
Yeah, I'll pay for it. That make everything all right?
I will give it back to you someday. I'll give it back. But don't let the driver
Pop,
go.
I got news for you. I'm practically in St. Louis. He's all yours, mister. You paid 6 bits for him.
No, make him wait. Make him...
Take it easy, Pop. Come on. Settle down.
He's gone, and I didn't do it.
You live here?
Yeah, I had to come back for something.
Well, look, we better get you to your room. It's cold. You got no coat.
But I have to go. You see, I must kill Miss Gleason.
That's what he said. He had to kill Miss Gleason. But somehow I couldn't take him seriously. He looked too gentle and too human. Anyway, he let me take him up 4 flights to an attic room. He opened the door, he turned on the light. He hesitated for a moment, and then...
I'm sorry, there's no chair. That is one you can use.
Oh, forget about it. My, you got a lot of stuff in here.
Yeah.
Paints, brushes, canvas, they're yours?
Well, yeah, you see, I paint.
Oh, an artist?
No, I'm afraid I'm not worthy of being called that.
But you did all these paintings.
Oh, yeah. Every one.
Mm-hmm. Ever sell any of them?
No.
Oh, I see.
No, you don't. I didn't paint them to sell. Painting became the only way I could speak. The world is not a very nice place sometimes. But I could change that by a bit of color. The stroke of a brush, the...
Go on.
Yeah. I'm not mad, am I?
Well, that depends on how we define madness, Mr.
Wyman, Alfred Wyman.
Spent a lot of money on all this, Mr. Wyman.
Every penny.
And you didn't have 75 cents for that cab?
I would have paid him. He could have had a picture. Look, you take one. Here's one I finished just last night.
Well,
Do you like it?
Well, I'm no judge of art.
But you must be. You are the only person who has never laughed. Not like Miss Gleason.
Oh, yes, Miss Gleason. You remember what you said downstairs?
Yeah.
I don't think you meant it.
I did. Then, don't you see, Mr.
Stone, Randy Stone. Oh. Go ahead, what were you going to say?
I wanted to punish her. She had me discharged because I knew what she did. Only I knew it, Mr. Stone.
And what did she do?
She killed Vincent.
What's that?
I know she did. She killed him and put him in the basement.
What are you talking about?
That is why I wanted to kill her.
Why didn't you go to the police?
So one would take my word against hers. Look at me.
Where is she now?
Her home. I was going there.
To kill her?
Yeah.
Where does she live?
Why?
Well, I'd like to talk to her.
You don't believe me, do you?
Well, I'd like to get a few things straight.
No, please believe me. She killed Vincent. She'll say she didn't. But I know.
All right, Puff, all right. Now, if I go to see her, you've got to promise me you'll stay here until I get back.
Yeah. Yeah. I will wait.
All right, fine. Now, give me her address. Why didn't I go to the police? Well, with what? Wyman's story? I don't think I believe him then. But funnier things have happened to me, maybe because I looked for them. A half hour later, the clerk in a very shishi apartment hotel sent my name up with the urgent tag on it and the fact that I was from the Star. Yes, Miss Gleason would see me. And did.
Mr. Stone, may I see your credentials?
Why, sure. Here you are.
I see. Just why are you here?
I told you. About Vincent.
I don't know of Vincent. And I
ever know anyone named Alfred Wyman?
Alfred Wyman?
Yeah, that's the name.
What has he got to do with this?
Everything. He told me about Vincent.
He's mad. A lunatic.
Is he? Miss Gleason, when I first saw him, he was on his way here.
Here? He was coming here?
That's right. Now maybe you'd like to talk about Vincent?
Suppose you talk about him, Mr. Stone. You seem to know all about it. Wyman told you, didn't he?
You're a very cool person, Miss Gleason.
Do I have any reason to become hysterical?
Well, some people would think murder was reason enough.
You said murder?
Yeah.
Just exactly what did Wyman tell you?
That you killed Vincent.
And did he tell you what became of Vincent?
Yeah. You, put him in the basement.
And now that you have all the facts, what do you intend to do about it?
Well, call the police.
Oh, of course. That's the logical thing to do, isn't it? But, Mr. Stone, there's the phone. Call the police.
You seem very sure that I won't.
Go ahead.
All right.
Oh, before you're connected.
Yeah.
Have you thought that all this may make you look ridiculous?
Meaning what, Miss Gleason?
Put down the phone, please, for a moment.
Now what?
Since you seem to have concerned yourself with it, you may as well continue. If you want to, that is. Do you?
What's on your mind, Miss Gleason?
I want you to come with me.
Where?
Are you afraid, Mr. Stone?
Of what?
Maybe of what you'll find out.
General Mills is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
You know, I wish I could stop in and see you folks. Oh, I wouldn't stay long, but I'd like to just step in with a box of Wheaties and open it up and pass them around. You know how good they are? Golly, my 3-year-old eats them right out of the box like peanuts. There's a kind of nut-like taste to Wheaties, you know. It's the whole wheat taste. It's good. I suppose that's one reason why more people eat Wheaties than any other whole wheat flakes. Oh, they're awfully good for you, too, of course. There's whole wheat energy in every crisp little whole wheat flake. Vitamins, too. Minerals, too. Well, go ahead. Have your Wheaties and admit you eat them for the fun of it. Get yourself a package of Wheaties one of these days, like tomorrow. You don't have to stop and think, these are good for me. Just put on the milk and the strawberries and think, this is real eating. That's Wheaties, breakfast of champions. Breakfast for you. Have some.
And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
It was a strange ride in the cab with Miss Gleason. She watched me with a peculiar little smile on her face as though she were amused at a joke. There was no concern at all, just an icy coldness and a confidence that disturbed me. Then the cab pulled up in front of the address Miss Gleason had given. We got out and walked up a flight of marble stairs.
Surprised at coming here, Mr. Stone?
Bender Art Galleries.
There's a night bell there. Ring it. The night watchman will be here in a moment.
Well, what do we do here?
You want to see Vincent? Very well. Here's the watchman. It's Miss Gleason, Charles. Open the door, please.
You forgot something, Miss Gleason?
No, Charles.
Anything I can do, Miss Gleason?
This gentleman and I are going to the basement.
Basement?
Yes. Please turn on the lights down there.
Sure, Miss Gleason. They'll be on by the time you get there.
Thank you. Oh, Charles.
Yes, sir?
As soon as you turn them on, come into the basement.
Right away, Miss Gleason.
Well, Mr. Stone? Coming?
You first, Miss Gleason.
Certainly. This way. Lights are on. Shall I go first, Mr. Stone?
I insist, Miss Gleason.
Everything all right, Miss Gleason?
Yes, Charles. Quite all right. Come along, Mr. Stone.
The stairs are kind of steep, mister. You're not used to them. They'll fall.
I'll sort of watch my step.
You want me to stay, Miss Gleason?
For a moment, Charles. Well, Mr. Stone, what do you see?
The basement.
Anything else?
Oh, nothing.
You're not looking in the right place, Mr. Stone. Over there to your left, on the floor.
What is all this?
Leaning against the wall.
That picture?
Go over and look at it. Can you read the signature on it?
It's a print.
A cheap print. But read the signature.
Vincent Van Gogh.
All right, Charles. That'll be all, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Miss Gleason.
Now, Mr. Stone, do you realize how big a fool you'd have made of yourself if you'd called the police?
This is Vincent?
That is Vincent.
Why didn't you tell me before?
I wanted you to see it with your own eyes. You took Wyman's word against mine, believed him. I wanted to make you look and feel as ridiculous as this whole idiotic thing is. Now, good night, Mr. Stone.
I don't think so.
What?
He said you had him discharged, did you?
Yes.
Why? What's this Van Gogh print got to do with it?
He'd become a nuisance, an old fool.
All I saw was a pathetic old man.
Get out of here.
First, tell me why Wyman was fired.
He was a guard here. It was his job to see that people kept their hands off the paintings. But he'd become a nuisance. Yesterday, I happened to go into one of the rooms. Wyman was there speaking to one of the customers. A thing he had absolutely no right to do.
No, please don't buy it, Mr. Evans. It is not good. It is cheap and tawdry. Look at the tricks he uses. Tricks? There's no depth. It is shallow.
Wyman! Wyman!
Oh, yes, Miss Gleason.
Please come here.
But I'm talking to Mr. Evans.
I was just leaving, Miss Gleason.
Mr. Evans, if you'll just wait, we'll talk about the Willoughby picture.
I don't think I want it now.
But, Mr. Evans, surely you don't think Wyman knows anything
I don't know, Miss Gleason. You seem to hit the nail on the head. Painting is shallow. Good day, Miss Gleason.
Wyman, how dare you?
I only did what I felt was right, Miss Gleason.
You meddling idiot. I've had enough of this. You come with me.
But, Miss Gleason...
Go on, go to Mr. Temple's office.
Yes, ma'am.
How dare you criticize a painter like Willoughby?
He? But he is not a good painter.
What do you know about it?
I know he's not good, and he doesn't feel what he paints.
I've got to talk to you, Mr. Temple, about Wyman.
Wyman? Oh, not again.
Please, Mr. Temple, I did nothing.
He did nothing but keep Mr. Evans from buying the Willoughby.
Oh, ridiculous. Mr. Evans wouldn't listen to what Wyman has to say.
But he did. He knew what I was trying to say.
Mr. Temple, Wyman has made me look ridiculous for the last time. This is the last straw. I'll go to the board.
Miss Gleason,
I'll not put up with it. And the board won't like to hear that the Willoughby hasn't been sold because this fool...
Miss Gleason, remember there's an exhibition of Willoughby's paintings tomorrow. We have enough to do without bothering...
Either this man is discharged or I'll resign and tell the board why. You seem to forget this is a business, Mr. Temple.
Are you worried about business or your own feelings, Miss Gleason?
Mr. Temple, I warned you. I'm going to the board.
Oh, wait. Wait a minute. Wyman.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid Miss Gleason is right. We'll have your check for you this afternoon. You were warned several times.
I know, Mr. Temple. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Temple.
It was a distinct pleasure, Miss Gleason. Now, both of you leave me alone. I'm busy.
You had this coming, Wyman.
You think I care about the job, don't you? But I don't. I only care... But... Where is it?
Where is what? What's the matter with you?
The Van Gogh. The one I hung there.
You hung that cheap print?
What did you do with him? Where is it? What did you do with it?
I had it put in the basement.
You destroyed it. You killed Vincent. You and people like you. You laugh. You won't understand what a great man is trying to say with his art. You killed Vincent, and now you want to kill me because I understand. But you can't, and you won't. I will kill you first.
Martin! Samuel, come here, quickly.
You killed him because you couldn't understand him. You killed him.
Martin, Samuel!
I will
Get him out there. He's crazy.
You
Get him out. That's all there is to it, Mr. Stone.
Mm-hmm. That's all, but what happens now?
How do you mean?
Well, to Wyman. You call him a lunatic, maybe he's not. Maybe he's just sick, but he can be cured by sympathy and understanding. Why don't you try those, Miss Gleason?
I don't care to discuss it anymore.
Just a minute. You know what he does?
No, and I care less.
He paints.
He paints?
Yes, every night. His room is filled with paintings he did because they made him feel good.
Masterpieces.
I don't know. I guess not, but that's not the point.
What is the point, Mr. Stone?
The point is he was lonely, and he made a world of his own, and he lived in it. He did those paintings because they were his only expression. They took him out of a bitter and unfeeling world that rushed past him too fast for him to share in it. And maybe he's right, Miss Gleason. Maybe we did kill men like Van Gogh because we didn't understand or didn't want to. Admit just once that you understand and like something different, and you've set yourself apart. You're a curiosity.
You're as mad as he is.
Well, thank you, Miss Gleason. I think that's the nicest thing anyone ever said to me. Good night. Oh, sure, it did me a lot of good to tell Miss Gleason off. It did Alfred Wyman a lot of good, too, but not much. I had to go back to his rooming house to tell him that he was mad and the rest of us was sane. I went up the stairs, but when I knocked at his door...
You're looking for Wyman?
Yes, I am. He's here, isn't he?
Not much he ain't. I put him out.
You what?
Put him out.
When?
Oh, about an hour ago. You a friend of his?
Yes, I am. Why did you put him out?
I'll show you. Nearly burned down my house, he did. Look at this room. I ain't going to get the smell out for days.
He burned everything.
Like as not, he'd have had us all roasted in our beds if I didn't smell the stink this stuff was made.
All of his brushes, his paints, his canvases. Why? Did he say why?
Mister, if you're a friend of his, you'll go after him with a rope.
I asked you why he did this. Did he say?
Sure. He said it was a joke. That it was going to be a big joke. And then I chased him out.
Joke? What did he mean? Could you understand what he meant?
Yeah, it's 2 a.m. Even if it wasn't, I couldn't make out what that loony was talking about.
Which way did he go?
Oh, up the street. He took something with him.
Never mind that. Do you know where he might be?
You know, Miss Gleason?
Gleason, yes. Why?
Well, he might have gone to see her. Because he said the joke was going to be on her.
I got to a telephone fast, found Miss Gleason's number, and called it.
Hello?
Miss Gleason?
Yes? Who's that?
Stone, Randy Stone.
What? Mr. Stone, I'd like to know...
Just a moment, listen to me. Are you all right?
Beyond the fact that I'm rapidly growing to hate you, I am all right, yes. Now, will you please...
Please listen to me. I can't find Wyman.
Isn't that too bad?
I'm trying to tell you he might be on his way to see you.
See me? Why?
I don't know, but if he shows up there,
You won't get past the clerk downstairs.
I'll keep your door locked.
I usually do. And I look under the bed.
Please, Miss Gleason, this is serious, or it might be.
Are you trying to say that ridiculous old fool will try to harm me?
Yes. If you want it straight, yes. Did you hear me?
I certainly did. And I think it's nonsense. Now I'm going to hang up.
Miss Gleason,
I'm going to hang up, but before I do, there's one more thing. Please make a determined effort to live your life without me. Goodbye.
that click in the receiver was very final, and it made me feel a little foolish. After all, what could Alfred Wyman do? Killer? I didn't know, but what was his big joke, and when would it happen? At 3:30 in the morning, I gave up trying to find him. I went home, I fell asleep at 5:30, and I didn't wake up until after 11. And with daylight, it all seemed a little silly. But like the proverbial sore tooth, I had to bother it. I put in a call to Miss Gleason. She wasn't in her apartment. So I headed for the one place I hated to go to, the Bender Art Galleries. I had a funny feeling I'd learned something I didn't want to learn. There was a strange excitement there. People milled around, pushed together in little groups. I looked around for Miss Gleason. She wasn't there. And then I saw Charles, the night watchman. I went to him. Charles? Yes, sir?
Oh, you're the man.
Yes, that's right, last night. Look, where's Miss Gleason?
Why?
Where is she?
Miss Gleason is in the basement.
Where's Mr. Temple's office?
Right there, sir. That door.
Thank you.
Of course. We're doing all we can now, and I'll let you know. Oh, goodbye.
Mr. Temple.
Yes? Oh, who are you?
Randy Stone, Chicago Star.
Well, there's nothing I can tell you now, so please wait outside with the other newspaper men.
Why, what's happened?
Well, where were you?
Well, where's Miss Gleason? Where is...
Mr. Temple,
You! Oh, Miss Gleason, I never thought I'd be glad to see you, but I am.
Now, what the devil is going on, Miss Gleason? Did you...
Yes. The Willoughby painting was in the basement. Someone took it there.
In the basement? The Willoughby? Mr. Temple...
Thank goodness it's been found. If it had been stolen, well, who on earth put it in the basement?
If I tell you, will you tell me what's happened around here?
Don't you know?
What's happened here?
Well, we were to exhibit Willoughby's latest painting. But when I pulled aside the drapes... Well, just a moment. This was in its place. Instead of the Willoughby, this painting was hanging, unsigned.
Mr. Stone, you seem to know more about this than we do.
Yes, I do. Mr. Temple, a man named Alfred Wyman played a joke on you. He painted this.
Wyman?
Yeah.
That miserable... Of course. He had a key. He could get in the back way before anyone...
It was a joke on you, Miss Gleason. Willoughby in the basement...
Where is he now? Where's Wyman?
I don't know. I left word to call me in case he's located.
But his painting...
It's a harmless joke.
A joke?
Yes. He burned everything else he had. He left this for you.
Oh, excuse me. Hello? What? Oh, yes. Yes, for you, Mr. Stone.
Oh, thank you. Hello. Yeah? What? Oh, all right. Thank you.
What is it, Mr. Stone?
That idiotic old man has made us a laughing stock with his jobbing. He's got to be confined.
I wouldn't worry about that, Miss Gleason. He's dead.
Dead?
He killed himself. His body was found in the park this morning.
Well, I'm sorry, of course.
Yes, bitter tears are running down your cheeks.
I had no idea he...
No, I guess not. Neither did I. Maybe you're not to blame, Miss Gleason. Maybe no one is. Maybe it was just his way of protesting against a world that gets a little smothering sometimes. If you don't mind, I'll go. I'll take this with me.
Wait, Mr. Stone.
Yeah.
Why do you want that painting?
Why? I don't know.
Is it yours?
Well, no, I guess not, but it's
well,
the
then
only
please,
one.
Leave it. I never wanted Wyman fired.
Now everyone's going to blame me. I was only
Doing what you thought was right, yeah. Okay, well, maybe you will. Let's forget it.
Well, I can't, Mr. Stone. You see, it wasn't so much the disappearance of the Willoughby that disturbed me. It was this painting.
This painting? What about it?
It's great, Mr. Stone. Truly great.
Well, it was a big joke, all right. But on whom? Was it on Wyman himself? I think not. On us? Well, isn't it always? It's a joke that's been going on for years and years and will never stop. It's played 1,000 times, and we never learn to dodge the gag. We never see it coming. The joke that we never appreciate the sane people until it's too late. Copy, boy.
You are listening to Night Beat on the Wheaties Big Parade.
Say, Frank.
Yeah, what is it, Frank?
Every time I did the commercials today, you were grinning at me. What's up?
Well, nothing, but you seem to be having so much fun doing those Wheaties commercials, I'd kind of like to try it sometime.
Fine, Frank. Go right ahead.
Well, I can't do it like you, but all I know about Wheaties is they taste good and I like them. What does it make them taste so good, Frank?
Well, I guess it's the whole wheat in Wheaties. Why, if you'd stand out there in a wheat-filled field soaking up that good sunshine, I bet you'd...
Yeah, I know. I'd get sunburned.
Well, you know, as a matter of fact, Wheaties are toasted, too. Makes them crisp, gives them kind of a nut-sweet taste. That's one of the reasons you like Wheaties so well.
Yeah, well, you're probably right, but, you know, like I say, all I know about Wheaties is they taste good and I like them.
That's what just about everybody says about Wheaties, Frank. That's exactly why Wheaties are America's favorite whole wheat flakes.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's story was written by Russell Hughes with music by Frank Worth. The part of Wyman was played by Ben Wright. Jeanette Nolan played Miss Gleason. Others in tonight's cast were Wilms Herbert, Martha Wentworth, and Larry Dobkin. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen also on Tuesday, that's tomorrow night, to the Penny Singleton Show on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then.
Night Beat came to you transcribed from Hollywood. Stay tuned for Alona Massey in Top Secret over most NBC stations.
National Broadcasting Company presents Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Mr. Diamond, the reason you're here is because I want someone to talk to the mayor. I don't know whether it was explained to you or not, but unless His Honor has done away with himself by noon, a lot of people are going to get hurt.
Including yourself.
Oh, that doesn't really matter. You see, in making my escape, a guard attempted to stop me. I had to kill him.
Here's another exciting half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency, there's no corpse like an old corpse.
Oh, Rick, that's awful.
Yeah, but what am I going to do? I can't be witty and handsome at the same time.
Well, don't be greedy. Just concentrate on one of them.
Oh, you're pretty nothing today.
Why don't you come on over and we'll both try and improve?
Shame on you. You know I've got to work.
Oh, have you got a client?
Well, not yet, but I've set bear traps all the way down the hall.
Well, now that's silly. How can you be sure you'll catch a client?
Well, I can't be, but, I get so lonesome up here with no one to talk to. It's fun setting broken legs.
You're impossible.
Diamond! Oh, my gosh.
What's wrong, Rick?
Those traps. I think I've caught something terrible.
Hmm?
Diamond, I got to talk to you.
Who is it, Rick?
Sergeant Otis. Says he's got to talk to me, but I'll be darned if I'll teach him how.
Oh, say hello for me.
Helen says hello, Otis.
Tell her hello, then get off the phone. This is serious.
Hey, what's with you? Somebody steal your catnip?
Can't just stop being funny, Shamus. I mean it. This is serious.
Helen, I'll call you back.
Why, something wrong?
Well, Otis looks worried, and he's making sense for the first time in 11 years.
Oh, well, call me later and tell me about it. Bye.
Bye. Now, Sergeant, what's on your pretty
I want you
mind?
to come down to the station with me in a hurry.
Of course, you'll think this is a silly question, but why?
You remember Louis Spence?
Louis Spence?
About 4 years ago. Caught him running around sticking dynamite under the homes of some of our city officials.
Oh, yeah. Socialistic nut. Put him away, didn't they?
Yeah, crazy as they come. Well, he's out.
What do you mean he's out? If they cured his head, he'd still face a lot of years up the river.
Oh, he ain't cured. Not a bit he ain't cured.
You mean he busted out?
Yesterday. Now, do me a favor and come on down to the station.
Oh, wait a minute, and take it easy. What's going down to the station got to do with Louis Spence?
He's down there with the lieutenant.
Well, great. Put them both in fancy jackets and send them home.
We can't. He walked in 20 minutes ago and asked to see the lieutenant. I didn't recognize him, so I let him in. Now we can't get him out.
Well, why the devil can't you?
He won't let us in, and he won't let the lieutenant out. He's sitting there holding a big bomb, and it's ready to go off.
Well, it looks like a convention.
Everyone's trying to think of something to do.
Why is Spence doing this? What's he going to do, just sit in there?
You'll really get a boot out of this, Shamus. If the mayor don't jump off the top of the city hall by noon, Spence blows up the whole 5th precinct.
What?
That's right.
Hey, Otis, get Diamond in there. It's 11 o'clock.
Hello, Charlie.
Hello, Rick.
What do you mean, get me in there?
Didn't you tell him, Otis?
No, I ain't had time.
Well, come on. Why me? What do you want me in there for?
Spence wants someone Levinson can give direction to. He says no cop. Levinson buzzed out and told us to get hold of you.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Talk to the lieutenant on the intercom. Spence won't know who's walking through the door and maybe blow the whole joint up.
Otis, you amaze me.
Oh, I ain't so smart. It was Spence's idea. Come on. Here. Go ahead.
Walt?
Rick?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Diamond's outside now.
Okay. Tell him to come in. But just him. Anyone else?
Okay. Rick, come on in, but no one else.
All right. Otis, stick right here. I may want to talk to you.
Sure. Diamond.
Yeah?
Nothing.
You're so right.
Hello, Rick.
Walt?
This is Mr. Lou Spence, Rick.
Mm-hmm.
How are you, Mr. Diamond?
What's the matter, Spence? You want an early 4th of July?
Rick.
You think I'm kidding, Mr. Diamond? You think I'm not serious about this thing?
Is that the bomb?
Right here in my lap.
He's got it rigged so it goes off the minute he relaxes his hand.
You see, I thought maybe the police would want to take it away from me. If you shoot me, try to knock me out, well, it goes off.
Then you won't mind if I take a look, huh?
Rick, please.
Stay right where you are. And I'll stay over here.
Well, just as you say, Mr. Spence.
Mr. Diamond, the reason you're here is because I want someone to talk to the mayor. I don't know whether it was explained to you or not, but unless His Honor has done away with himself by noon, a lot of people are going to get hurt.
Including yourself.
Oh, that doesn't really matter. You see, in making my escape, a guard attempted to stop me. I had to kill him.
He split his head open with a crowbar.
That's right.
Oh, mind if I sit down?
Not at all. But it's 4 minutes after 11. I hope you don't plan on staying too long.
Cigarette?
No, thank you.
You look like a pretty reasonable guy, Spence.
Well, thank you. It's too bad Lieutenant Levinson didn't think so when they arrested me. Now I'm going to have to show him I'm not as insane as he thought I was.
Oh, well, you'll have to excuse that, Spence. Walt thinks everybody's a little, well, you know, even me.
That's very interesting.
Oh, and with good reason. Ever take a look at his sergeant?
Mr. Diamond, when the lieutenant arrested me, I was putting an explosive under the mayor's house. He stopped me in my first attempt to rid the community of a political Judas. But now, as you see, I have a second chance.
You really think the mayor's going to jump off the city hall?
He better. And by 12 o'clock. By the way, you have 55 minutes.
Now, look, Spence.
Forget it, Mr. Diamond. I know just what you're thinking. How to get me without the bomb going off. You'll never make it. It's too well thought out. I've planned this for 4 years.
In case you're wondering how much dynamite he's got, Rick.
Oh, Mr. Diamond needs convincing. Well, under this overcoat, Mr. Diamond, are some 100 sticks.
Does the mayor know about it yet?
Yeah.
Oh, you want me to talk to him, huh?
I don't care whether you talk to him or not. I just want you to be there when he jumps.
Swell.
And just because you come back and tell me he's jumped, that isn't enough. I want his body in this room.
Walt, I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything, Rick. Just get out of here. I'm sorry I dragged you over, but I needed time.
You still do. It's 54 minutes to 12.
Clear the building, Rick.
Yes, do that, Mr. Diamond. I think the lieutenant is going to make a hero of himself.
Look, Spence, I've got till 12 o'clock, haven't I?
Unless someone tries to get me.
Oh, well, good. Well, then sit tight, Walt, and give me till 12.
Okay, Rick.
I hope you spend the time wisely. I'm sure you'd rather see the mayor die than your best friend.
Oh, Spencer, if you forget about this, they'll probably just put you back...
Goodbye, Mr. Diamond. 53 minutes.
Okay. Walt?
Go ahead, Rick. Like you said, 53 minutes.
Goodbye, Mr. Diamond. Come back soon.
Otis.
Yeah? What's going to happen?
Clear the building.
Well, what about it, Rick?
Lieutenant wants the building cleared.
Okay, come on, you guys. Levinson says clear the building, so we'll clear the building. Good luck, Rick.
Thanks, Charlie.
Okay, what do we do?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? It's 10 minutes after 11. In another 50 minutes, this whole building is going to get blown higher than a kite.
Okay, do something.
Huh?
Well, go ahead.
Well,
You see, Otis, you're in just as tough a spot as I am.
Yeah, but you're smarter than I am. You can usually come up with something.
Well, usually my problems are a puzzle, Otis. Spencer's a problem and a puzzle. I don't know about guys like him.
Well, for Pete's sake, who does?
Well, that's an idea.
Huh?
Stay here and keep close to the intercom. Don't let the lieutenant get any crazy ideas.
Hey, wait a minute. Where you going? You're acting screwy.
Well, Otis, I'm going to go see someone who takes care of people who act screwy sometimes. Well, that's the story, George. You're a psychiatrist. What do I do now?
Well, we solved your problem with that little blonde dancer in Flatbush. Maybe we can do something about this. Of course, she didn't have 100 sticks of dynamite.
Oh, she didn't, huh? What do you think I talked about for 6 weeks on that couch over there? Look, George, this isn't anything like that. This is a real mess.
Now, Rick, take it easy. It's only a mess because you're used to working with something that has a pattern. Maybe not at first, but you know there's one there and you set out and find it. But with Spence, you feel there's no pattern.
Oh, there's a pattern, George. Just wait for 38 minutes, then duck.
There's no possible way to get the bomb away from him without it going off?
Not the way he tells it. He only has to relax his hand.
That's the way he tells it.
Well, I'm not going to take the chance and call him a liar. If I only knew for sure just how that bomb worked, I could reason with him.
Well, before you can reason with him, you've got to know something about him. And what do you know about Louis Spence?
Arrested a couple of years ago for planting dynamite under the homes of some of our more prominent city officials. Found insane, sent to the state asylum, killed a guard, broke out, turned himself into a human bomb, and took a seat in the 5th Precinct Police Station.
That's all?
Well, isn't that enough?
Well, I'll tell you what, Rick. I know Dr. Carroll at the state asylum. Suppose we give him a call and see what we can find out.
You think it'll help?
I don't know. It might.
Long distance.
Operator, this is an emergency. This is Dr. George Thacker, and I want to speak to Dr. Robert Carroll at the state asylum immediately.
What was the name again?
Dr. Robert Carroll.
One moment, please.
It'll be a minute, Rick. What time is it?
25 after. You got another phone here, George?
Yes, I've got several lines in the other office.
Good, I'll make a call. Let me know when you get Dr. Carroll on the line.
Operator, would you please hurry? I hate the use of the expression, but this is a matter of life and death.
You're on my line, Rick. Use the other phone.
Yeah?
Otis?
Yeah. Where the devil are you? It's almost 11:30.
You talked to the lieutenant since I left?
Yeah, once. He wanted me to get out of the building.
Now, you just stay put until I get there. I don't want Walt to try anything stupid.
Yeah, well, I want to know what you're doing.
I'm trying to get an idea, Otis. Just one little idea.
Trying to get an idea. I suppose you've been spending the last 20 minutes sitting in Central Park waiting for one to come to you.
Rick, come in here and pick up the other phone. I've got Dr. Carroll on the line.
Bye, Otis.
I've explained the situation to him. I won't interrupt unless I think it's necessary.
Fine. Hello, Dr. Carroll?
Mr. Diamond?
That's right. Now, Doctor, I really don't know what good this is going to do, but tell me everything you know about Louis Spence and as fast as possible.
Well, first of all, he's an aggressive paranoic with homicidal tendencies.
Mm-hmm.
He feels persecuted by society, or rather by those who help to govern society.
Why does he feel this way?
He believes in a great many things, all of which he thinks himself capable of achieving. Paranoics are frustrated to a point where they perhaps imagine themselves as capable artists or great scholars, such as in the case of Louis Spence, society being his Judas-scope.
Pardon me for interrupting, Bob, but don't you think Spence is capable of doing this sort of thing?
Oh, absolutely, George. You see, he's doing this whole thing purely because he enjoys the agony of it, but he's nonetheless ashamed.
But what about the mayor jumping off the city hall, Doctor? Just to be ridiculous for the moment, what if His Honor did jump? Would Spence then give up the bomb?
I doubt it. If the mayor jumped, it would give Spence a certain amount of satisfaction. But I still think he'd set the bomb off as a climax to his own cleverness and persecution.
Pardon again, Bob. Any usual therapy that you used on Spence?
Yes, as a matter of fact. Spence, as I've said, imagined himself a great talent. And he seemed to lean particularly toward the more artistic accomplishments, such as painting and music. In his quieter moments, we saw that he had a radio.
How does this music affect him, Bob?
He allows it to lull him into a sense of security. Sometimes even believes he's written it. You see, Mr. Diamond, he believes that his environment is against him, that it is trying to debase, degrade, and persecute him. He fights off any acts of moral turpitude by becoming the thing he imagines.
Oh, I hate to break it up, boys, but it's 25 minutes to 12. I've got to leave. Thank you, Doctor.
I hope I've been some help.
Well, you've given me an idea anyway. Goodbye. Miss.
Just a minute, just 1 minute. I'll be right with you.
Oh, look, I'm in a hurry.
So you're in a hurry. So's everybody else. You'll have to wait until I'm through with this gentleman.
Sweetheart.
Now look.
You look.
Oh, a badge.
Yeah, no, this is police business. Got to be in a hurry. Is that clock right?
Yeah, it's 11:45.
16 minutes to.
All right, 16 minutes. You want to split hairs?
No, I want a portable phonograph and quick.
Okay. Here's one right here on the counter. 3 speeds, interchanging.
I'll take it.
Okay, I'll go back to the storeroom and get you a new one.
Forget it. I'll take this one.
Look, mister, we got a policy here. I can't tell you nothing off on the counter, supposing it don't work when you get it home.
You'll hear about it?
You see? That's just what I mean.
Well, does it play now?
Certainly, like everything. Listen. Oh, boy, that's Pete Rugelow's new arrangement. He's crazy.
Okay.
Don't dig it, huh?
Give me a record by Debussy or Ravel.
Oh, no wonder. Well, let's see. We got the Engulfed Cathedral by Debussy.
No, something with a little more excitement.
All right. I'll read them off. Debussy or Ravel?
Ravel.
La Waltz, I guess. We got Bolero.
I'll take it.
Which one?
The Bolero.
Okay. I'll have to play it for you.
I've heard it.
So what? It's another policy of the store. There might be an imperfection.
Give me the record.
Hey, don't get so grabby.
Now, look, dear. You want me to have you locked up for obstructing justice?
Huh?
Well, unless you give me that record and this machine, this one right here, I'm going to snap the cuffs on you and haul you down to headquarters.
Oh.
You want me to do that?
Well, you can't.
All right. What's your name?
Well, take the machine and the record.
Thanks. And charge it to Lieutenant Walter Levinson, 5th Precinct, Homicide Division. If it works, you get paid. If it doesn't, don't even bother sending over a repairman.
Diamond, oh, my gosh. Do you know what time it is?
What, exactly?
Exactly 6 minutes, too. What the devil you got there?
Your photograph.
A phonograph?
You talked to Walt since I left?
No. Now, what's the idea with a phonograph?
Hunch, Otis. Maybe we can save this whole mess.
Well, for Pete's sake, can I help?
Sure you can, Otis. Now, take this machine in the other room and play this record. You know how it works?
Well, I can find out.
You got less than 5 minutes to find out, so make it good. I don't want to hear anything until you're ready to let it play all the way through.
Okay. Diamond.
Yeah. Go on.
Whatever you're going to do, if I louse it up, I louse up everything, huh?
You won't louse it up, Otis.
Oh, I'm so stupid. But I'll try.
Otis.
Yeah?
You don't have to wind it. Just plug it in.
Oh, yeah. I heard about them kind.
All right, then get going.
Okay.
Yeah?
Walt, it's Diamond.
What's up?
Careful, Lieutenant.
Oh, I'm getting sick of this.
Walt.
Yeah?
Relax. I want to come in.
How about it, Spence?
By all means. Have Mr. Diamond come in.
All right, Rick.
You have some news for me, Mr. Diamond? Well, in a way, yes. Mind if I sit down? Not at all. How do you feel, Walt?
Dandy.
I'm afraid the lieutenant is growing uncomfortable. It is getting late, isn't it, Lieutenant?
Rick, I want you out of this building. This crackpot has
What?
been...
Oh, wait a minute now. What did you Wait a call minute. me?
Now, look, I've taken enough...
What difference does it make now at 12 o'clock?
Well, sure it does.
Why?
Because the mayor may jump.
What? Yes, he's locked himself in his office. They can't get him out. He just may jump. Really, Mr. Diamond? Well, what's the matter? I know the mayor won't jump, no matter how many people die when I release this trigger. I just want him to have to face it the rest of his life. I want everyone like me that his kind won't let fulfill their potential talents to realize what a Judas he really is. What all men like him really are. Well, you know, that makes sense. Don't try to get on the good side of me, Mr. Diamond. I know what you think about me. I know what you all think. It doesn't make good sense to you or anyone else. How could it? You don't understand those of us who have a truly great talent.
Well, I'll buy that. I don't understand it.
Of course not. Well, maybe he doesn't, Spence, but how do you know? Maybe I do. Stop playing, Mr. Diamond. Look at the time. 5 minutes. 5 minutes and I become a martyr. We'll all get blown to kingdom come.
Rick, get out of here.
All right, Spence. I'm going to prove you're wrong.
Rick, for the love of...
Shut up, Walt. All right, go ahead, Mr. Diamond. What are you going to prove? I'm going to prove that I know more about you than you think. Of course you know a lot about me. Criminals have records. Oh, I don't mean that. I mean more about yourself. What you think, your talents. What do I think, Mr. Diamond? You fool. How could you know what I think? Because a talent like yours is easy to spot. 4 minutes, Mr. Diamond. Oh, it's not hard to tell about people like you. People like me? What about people like me? Well, Spence, I meant that, well, there are not many of them. They're few and far between. They're gifted. What? Certainly. There's something you have that very few are lucky enough to be gifted with.
Rick, please.
Nearly 12, Mr. Diamond. I can tell that you are an artist, Spence. An artist? Yes, and a very good one. How do you know this? Very few people spot it. Do they, Spence? Very few. You surprise me, Mr. Diamond.
He surprises me, too.
Walt, keep quiet. Yes, Walt, keep quiet. It's 2 minutes to 12, Mr. Diamond. You can leave because maybe you have been honest with me. Perhaps you do recognize something that... What's the matter, Spence? Music. Music? I don't hear anything. Music. Beautiful music. Oh, I don't hear a thing, Spence. Do you, Walt? No. Oh, you must hear it. It's beautiful. Don't you hear that wonderful rhythm? Now, you see, Spence, we're not as lucky as you are. No one is. This is my music. This is what I would write if it wasn't for the people who won't let me. What does the music sound like? Oh, poet's words. The power and strength of death. It makes you imagine things, doesn't it? Yes, oh, yes. You hear the music and you become powerful. Like making that bomb. Not just anybody could think of that. It takes genius. You understand. You do understand. Well, of course I do, but I am still amazed. There you sit with the power of life and death in your hands, and no one can do a thing. It must be wonderful. It is. Like the music, it's wonderful. In seconds, we'll all be torn from our earthly bonds, taken away from this dirty, filthy world to a place of clean, wonderful things like that music. Oh, but you're an artist. How could you ever take a thing like that bomb and put it together? A thing like this bomb? Oh, this is a masterpiece. Just looks like a small box to me. Oh, it took me weeks. Just a small box. Oh, no, you see, if my finger relaxes... Yeah, I know about that. But this took genius. It's not just relaxing my finger. It's how I put it together so as to get the required result. It's like the hammer action on a gun, but it's reversed. Well, I'll be darned. You mean when you release your finger, that makes the hammer fall? I can see you appreciate things of genius. I wish you could hear the music, too, Mr. Diamond.
You'd really appreciate that. It's so wonderful.
Well, tell me more about the bomb. When you release your finger and the hammer falls, what does it hit?
Well, that's a simple part. I'm surprised at you.
I just wanted to hear you tell me. After all, you invented it.
Yes. It strikes a cap. It's that simple. Simplicity can be beautiful. Don't you agree?
Absolutely.
Listen to that music. It builds and builds.
Tell me, Spence, what would happen if something got in the way of the hammer? I mean, between the hammer and the cap.
Nothing can. There's nothing big enough in the box that the hammer wouldn't tear right through. Simplicity, Mr. Diamond.
I'd sure like to take a look at it.
Of course. There's nothing you can do. So by all means, look.
Well, you've got glass over the end of the box.
That's right. See my finger on the trigger? If I release it, that hammer falls and strikes that cap.
Why the glass?
So I could look in when I set it and see that everything was all right.
Oh, that's very clever.
That music is getting so big, I can't think. What time is it?
Plenty of time, Spence.
Yes. When the music finishes.
It's nearly done now.
Wow. I thought you said you couldn't hear it.
It's a phonograph from the other room, Spence.
What?
Tell me, Spence, what happens if I jam my hand through that glass between the hammer and the cap?
What? That music. That music.
Grab him, Hawk. Grab him.
Let me go. Honest, I don't understand. You cheated. You did lie. Let me go.
Well, that does it. Otis, take him away.
With pleasure.
And you, Rick.
Yeah?
How'd you know that music would work? How'd you know you could stop that hammer? How'd you know you wouldn't... Oh. Did you hurt your hand?
Well, of all the...
Well, did you?
No.
Well, all right.
You just bet it is. Goodbye.
Hi.
Rick, what are you doing here?
Well, now, that's nice. Stop by my place some afternoon and see what kind of a welcome you get.
Oh, I didn't mean that. I meant, what are you doing here so early?
Well, things were getting boring. I thought I might come over and beat you up or something.
Oh, now isn't that sweet? Oh, Rick, what in the world have you...
Oh, the hand? Oh, it's nothing.
I know, Red Heart, but what did you do to it?
Well, I kind of hurt it.
Yes, I can see that, but how?
Playing the piano.
Oh, how could you hurt your hand playing the piano?
Well, you know how I live my songs.
Mm-hmm.
Well, truthfully, I was singing The Brother of the Wild Goose, and I got to that part about a wandering foot or a heart at rest, and while I was trying to make up my mind, my heart was resting, but my foot wandered up on the keyboard and stepped on my hand.
on your hand.
That's exactly what happened, yeah.
Well, I think you've got that bandage on just so you won't have to sing anything.
Honey, have you ever seen me not want to sing?
Well, sometimes it's a struggle.
I don't even know whether I can play or not.
Well, why don't you find out?
After lunch.
Before lunch.
Before lunch. Well, maybe I don't need that finger.
Go on.
Love is a flower that blooms so tender, each kiss a dewdrop of sweet surrender. Love is a moment of life enchanting. Let's take that moment that tonight is granting. There's no tomorrow when love is new. Now is forever when love is true. So kiss me and hold me tight. There's no tomorrow. There's just tonight.
You like
that? So pretty.
Well, thank you.
Oh, that reminds me. We're having spaghetti for lunch.
Oh, good.
So kiss me and hold me tight.
Now tell me, how did you hurt your hand?
Simple. I was grabbing.
Grabbing?
Mm-hmm. Like this. Come here.
Oh, Rick.
Oh, of all times. Hello?
Hello?
Walt?
Yeah, I just thought I'd call and...
Oh, you did you? Well, you sure picked a nifty time to do it.
Did I bust up something?
Yes, you did bust up something.
Well, you don't have to get sore.
Well, who's sore?
I am. That's the last time I'll let you do me any favor.
Okay. If that's the way you feel about it, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, what in the world was all that about?
Oh, well, honey, you see, it's like this. Walt got in some trouble, and I helped him out of it. No, you see, I don't want him to feel obligated. But, well, that's not actually it. He doesn't want me to know how he really feels. What am I trying to explain it for? I don't understand it myself.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Ed Begley played Lieutenant Walt Levinson. Also in the cast were Wilms Herbert, Francis Robinson, Stanley Waxman, Cynthia Corley, and Paul DeBob. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Today's show was written by Blake Edwards and directed by Russell Hughes. Dick Powell currently may be seen in the motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. This is Eddie King inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this same time, when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. There's more great listening in store for you today on NBC. You'll hear the hilarious Phil Harris and Alice Faye show. And this evening on Theater Guild on the Air, Gertrude Lawrence and MacDonald Carey will star in Lady in the Dark. Next, hear guest star Deborah Alden on The Harvest of Stars on NBC.
Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again, and women and children, too.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Me, sweetheart.
Oh, Sam! It must be telepathy. I was just thinking of you. You know, sometimes I think I can tell what you're thinking.
That's an invasion of my privacy.
Oh, when two people are as close as you and I think that often you can almost read one another's minds.
Well, you may be right. I can see what you're doing all the way from here.
What?
Put those paper clips back where you found them.
Oh, certainly, Sam.
Own up, Beth. You purloined pencils, absconded with erasers, pilfered stationery, filched stamps for your personal use.
I only write to Mother when there's nothing else to do around the office.
Besides making unit phone calls and charging them to me, you've tapped the petty cash drawer for lunch money.
Sam!
And you've been filling your pen with company ink.
I didn't think you'd mind, Sam. I'll pay it all back.
But I have a big heart and boundless compassion. Stay where you are, sweetheart. I'll be down on my unlimited generosity with your back salary.
Really, Sam?
And 2 tickets for us to go to the fights tonight, and dinner. And last, but by no means least, my stirring and vivid report on the Prodigal Daughter cable.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Here's a smart resolution to make. First day back on the job after your summer vacation. From now on, every single day, I'm going to pay special attention to the way I look. I'm going to use Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Yes, folks, smart's the word for that resolution. For Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose dandruff. It helps give you that successful look that's so important to getting ahead. So, if you've never tried Wild Root Cream Oil, get the 25-cent get-acquainted bottle. Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
that I need you.
Effie! Oh, hi, Sam. Hiya, Sam.
Come on. Bring your book. Got a pencil? We gotta hurry if we're gonna make the fight, you know.
Oh, I've got one of the new refractor kind of pencils.
Well, get the lead out.
Are you really going off the post, Sam?
It's Man McShelly versus Cluck-Faced Duffy and the main event. Ready?
McDuffie. Sounds like an MP.
McShelly. What?
Aim and fire, Sam. PBS.
F, you've been out with somebody else. A military man.
Well, how did you ever know?
Date, August 28-1949. I don't know whether we'll go out or not.
You're clairvoyant.
To Dr. Albert Kensington from Samuel Spade.
I only had a Coke with him, Sam. He was on Frillo, and we...
And license number 137596. Subject?
And he was from Elkhart, Indiana. And I used to live in Pleasant Lake, and...
Down! Down, Effie. Subject, Helen Scully of the Prodigal Daughter. A Coke yet. Dear Doctor, everyone in San Francisco knows the castle-type hill house that Caspar Scully lived in, even if they didn't know him. When I got there was an all-black 49 convertible in the driveway, and slightly smaller, same color, a Russian wolfhound wearing a spiked collar and expression to match. He broke his chain when he saw me and ran in the back of the house. That should have told me something, but I plunged the doorbell and was admitted by a butler named Stanley, who left me standing in a draft in the library looking at a cold television set. I pulled up my coat collar, took a plant in front of the fireplace, and lit a cigarette. Pretty soon, things started. A blonde girl in a yellow suit was having a one-sided argument with a gray-haired man in a gray suit. Nobody paid any attention to me.
That stuff about how you forbid it and it can't go on. Well, let me tell you, it can go on just as long as I want it to. And there's nothing you can do about it, so don't, whatever you do, try to interfere. Oh, stop it. That hurt look again. I've seen it too often, and I'm sick of it. Do you hear me? I'm sick of it.
He looked mad, but he didn't say anything. I saw them walk around the garden once, shake fists at each other, and finally part. He disappeared up a narrow stairway, and she came storming back through the library.
Who are you?
How do you do?
Who are you?
Sam Spade.
What are you doing here?
Waiting to talk to Mr. Scully.
Well, I just talked to him, and he isn't very nice. Let me tell you that.
Yes,
He's
but
a nasty, stubborn, bull-headed old man, and you won't like him.
Yes, but
nobody likes him. Go back where you came from, whatever your name is. I'm the nicest person you'll meet around this place.
Yes, but...
Don't wait around. Oh, goodbye.
But I did wait around, Dr. Kensington, and I did talk to Mr. Scully when you came in the room with him, only Mr. Scully did not talk to me. He glared at me through black, smoldering eyes, sniffed the air, frowned at my cigarette. I frowned back.
Mr. Spade, I'm Dr. Kensington. I wrote you the letter. This is Mr. Scully. Oh, please, the cigarette. Mr. Scully suffered a severe accident many years ago that affected his throat and his respiratory tract. He smoked.
Oh, of course, I understand, Doctor. Sorry, Mr. Scully,
Yes, thank you, Spade. This is not generally known, but the unfortunate accident in the chemical plant also robbed Mr. Scully of his vocal power.
I see.
Yes, the modern doctor, the physician of today, is a far cry from the general practitioner of yesteryear. Today, we must know the mind, the psychological quirks, well, he must follow through completely on a case. He is sometimes, as I am today, a confidant, an executive officer for his patients. He is a friend, to say the least, eh?
Oh, yes, to say the least.
Eh? Oh, of course, Mr. Scully, to the point, of course. Sit down, Spade.
Oh, thanks.
Now then, Mr. Scully, as you well know, and the world knows, has made several fortunes in his lifetime. And he didn't accomplish this by allowing people to run roughshod over him. But, Mr. Scully, I'm just backgrounding Mr. Spade. Please be patient. Mr. Scully intends leaving his daughter Helen his entire fortune. A great deal of money, to say the least.
Say the least. But Helen doesn't care about the money. She's foolish, young, headstrong, and impetuous.
Huh?
I heard her arguing with Mr. Scully a bit.
Now, Mr. Scully. We'll straighten all this out. Mr. Spade will help us. Well, then, Spade, you have half the problem right there. She is a headstrong, impetuous girl. And lately she's done several things to displease her father. Right, Mr. Scully? You see, Mr. Spade.
Oh, I gathered that much, but what kind of thing?
Helen's been singing in a cheap nightclub called the Blue Goose.
What?
Oh, it's very embarrassing.
Low class, eh?
Yes. There's a man named Torpy. He owns the club.
A man named Chick Torpy?
Ah, you know of him?
Well, I've heard of him.
Contrary to all her father's wishes, Helen insists on seeing this man Torpy.
How old is she?
Well, that's beside the point, Mr. Spade. But a sordid affair now might rob her of a future of wealth and security. Mr. Scully's at the point of exasperation. He might well change his will over this matter. Correct, Mr. Scully? At best, this is an embarrassing situation, and most indiscreet of Helen to have brought it about.
So, I'm supposed to go talk to Chick Torpy, is that it?
In a word, yes. Mm-hmm. Well, you sound rather reluctant, Mr. Spade.
Chick Torpy's a little too old for the Boy Scouts.
Well, we want you to see him. Find out how much you'll take to stop seeing Helen.
Tell me, what happens if Torpy isn't for sale?
Oh, everyone has a price. Spade, matter of character. You get paid for work like this, that's your price.
Yeah, that reminds me. 50 a day and expenses. 5 days guarantee, to say the least.
Of course, to say the least.
And, Mr. Scully, I happen to have a standard client's contract with me here. If you'll just sign on both pages, I'm sure...
Never mind, Spade, not now. Mr. Scully will mail it to you later on today. Oh, dear, Mr. Scully's fatigued. Well, you'll contact me as soon as you have any information for us.
I said I would. Mr. Scully sounded a final cough, and I left the two of you in the library. It was interesting, meeting this voiceless tycoon who must have made and broken many a man with a nod of his head or a shrug of his shoulders. The same black dog with the same spiked collar was still outside the house doing the same thing.
Ah, Spade. Mr. Spade?
But something new had been added. A pair of well-tailored shoulders, diamond stick-pin, and a gray felt hat with a snap brim.
Hello, Spade. You don't know me.
Now, wait a minute. There's something about a guy in a lineup. You're Dapper Danny Cavillo. When'd you get out of Folsom, Danny?
A while back. They gave me a kind of rain check.
Mm-hmm. Wouldn't that 38 make you a parole breaker?
Oh, is that showing?
Unless your ribs grow in different directions.
Sam, I'm here to save you a lot of trouble.
What trouble are you here to save me?
You want to see Chick Torpy, don't you? You've got business to talk with him, no?
News gets around fast, Danny.
No. No, it's just that Chick had been expecting somebody like you from the old man, and, well, I'm here to see that you see him. So, why don't you kind of get in the car?
And I kind of did. Danny smiled, lit a cigarette, shifted his shoulder holster so I could shift gears better, and drove me back across town to an apartment house on LaSalle, the Metropolitan. A good-looking guy who stood about 6'4", black hair, answered the knock.
Hello, Chick. May I present Sam Spade? Sam Spade, meet Chick Torpy.
That'll do it, Danny, thanks. Hello, Spade. Come on in.
See you, gentlemen.
Danny's Gabby.
Hello, Chick. Your taxi service always free?
Just when I'm in a hurry to get things settled, soldier. You saw the old man today, huh?
I saw him and talked to his doctor, Kensington.
All right. You're here to tell me how worried the old man is, right?
If you're talking about Helen and you, yes. You're bad company.
Yeah. What else?
He wants you to stop seeing her.
Well, suppose I don't want to stop seeing her. Suppose I told you I love her.
Let's see. She comes into $3 million when he kicks. You love her.
I'd be crazy if I didn't.
I wonder what she'd say if she heard you say that.
Why don't you ask her, Spade?
Helen.
Hello, Mr. Spade. Told you to leave my house today, but you didn't listen.
Vince Spade?
Well, I'm wondering, anyway.
Maybe this will help. When you get back to my father, tell him I think Chick would be a fool to brush me off. Tell him that someday I expect to inherit all of that wonderful money he spent a lifetime making. Tell him that Chick's tired of working. Got all that?
Yep.
How do you feel, Spade?
Like I'm earning my fee.
Now, you've already earned it, Spade. There's no use trying. I've told her myself, now you can tell him. She's not for sale, and I'm not for sale. Got it?
You got it.
All right, then you're finished here. Hello. Oh, you. Well, I'm not sure I want to talk to him. Give him a pill and...
And it was on that happy note, Doctor, that I went downstairs, found a drugstore, and tried to phone you and tell you what Torpy had said. Your line was busy, and while I was waiting for it to get unbusy, I spotted Chick Torpy out in front. He looked madder than when I'd left him, and there was a bulge in his coat that hadn't been there before. He got into a black sedan near the curb, and I hailed a cab and followed him across town up to Nob Hill. A half a block from the Scully residence, I left my taxi and took the rest on foot. He was still a couple of 100 feet ahead of me as he disappeared into the garden entrance. I heard a cry for help, and then... Chick was standing over something on the ground. When he saw me, he shrieked for a break in the hedge. I stopped long enough to have a look at the body he'd left. My client. He still had gray hair, and he was still wearing the gray suit, but half his face had been shot away.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff.
So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the generous new 25-cent size of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, back to the Prodigal Daughter caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
My 5-day contract arrived in the morning mail signed by Casper Scully. The headlines were no surprise. Chick Torpy sought in shooting of multimillionaire. Item: ballistics matched up slugs taken from body with weapon owned and licensed to one Chick Torpy. And item: because of a city ordinance regarding disposition, the body of Casper Scully, found off the immediate premises of his home, had been removed to the city morgue and would remain there until claimed by nearest of kin.
Hey, Sammy, my boy. It's good to look on you.
Hello, Maxie.
What brings you, Sam?
Scully stuff.
Oh, yeah. Checked him back in. Autopsy. Were you in with this, Sam? Do you know Scully?
Just met him yesterday.
Well, like I say to you before, you do collect queer ones, eh, Sam? Oh, such a mess. Woo-hoo, such a mess.
Yeah, I know. I found him. They tell me he has to be claimed.
City ordinance, Sam. Nearest of kin.
It'll be his daughter, Helen. She called or anything?
No, not yet. But to get back to him, a real queer one. Maybe the tops this season.
How so?
Barbarianism, Sam. That's what it is. The world is moving backwards. You can get deader than dead.
Huh?
You'd think the slugs in his chest would be enough, but no. 4 also in the head, too. Kill him twice.
Say it again, Maxie. You mean that...
Twice, Sammy. In the chest, maybe 20 to 30 hours ago. In the head, maybe 12 hours later. You see what I mean?
I saw what he meant. I didn't like what I saw, but things did begin to make some sense. From the morgue, I phoned the Chronicle office, confirmed that Scully did suffer from a throat ailment, was publicity shy, was never interviewed or photographed for that reason. I asked them if they had a specimen of his handwriting by any chance, and they did. I had it sent to me by special messenger, and the signature, compared to the one of my 5-day contract with Mr. Scully, made interesting reading. But what was even more interesting was the DOA Maxie was ushering in.
As I was saying, Sam, it's awful the way these homicides are turning up nowadays. In gray suits, it's fashionable now.
Hey.
What's the matter, Sam? You know him?
Yeah, I know him. What's it say?
The toe tag says unidentified, accidental drowning. Found off Pier 14, time 8:15 this a.m.
Accidental drowning.
You don't think so? Why do you think he's dead?
I think he's dead because he didn't cough when the doctor asked him to. I left Maxie to his newest customer and looked up the police officer who had found the unidentified man. All they had on him was New York clothing labels and a silver identification bracelet with name Julio engraved on it between 2 small indentations of the comedy tragedy drama masks. It wasn't much, but it took me to a theater on Post Street featuring a special company of Spanish actors on tour.
I am the manager of the company. What is it, please?
I'm sorry to trouble you. I'm trying to locate a certain man. I have good reason to believe he's with your company.
We are a small group. His name, please?
One name might be Julio.
Oh, Julio de Vaca. He's...
Gray-haired, medium build?
You are from the police?
No.
If you are looking for Julio de Vaca, why are you not from the police? 2 days ago, Julio, who does not speak any English, is asked of all things to appear on the television program.
Mm-hmm.
Here is his line. I am proud. But yesterday morning, a man on the telephone, they speak, and Julio goes out with no word. I, too, am looking for him. He missed his performance the afternoon.
I see.
He drinks too much sometimes, I know, and he missed the evening. Where he is, this I do not know. But if you find him...
I have found him.
You have found?
Does he have a wife?
I am the Senora de Vaca. What is it, senor? What has happened to my husband?
You better get your coat, Mrs. Sederbacher. I I went back to the morgue with Mrs. Seda Baca, Doctor, and after that I went over to the Blue Goose Club.
How are you, Spade?
Tired, Danny boy, tired.
Well, come on in and relax.
Nice place. You run it for Chick?
When he's away.
Seen Chick lately?
2 sets of cops, 3 reporters have been here asking the same question already this morning. What are you trying to prove?
Chick's in trouble. You're his partner.
Uh-huh. Now, he got himself into this one, Spade. Look, we make a nice dollar running this place. It's legitimate. And no cop's going to raid us or close us up. Chick started fooling around with that Scully woman. And I told him just once. It's dynamite, I said. You know how the old man is. Let bygones be bygones. But Chick didn't listen.
Tell me about the bygones that should be bygones and why Chick should know how the old man is.
Well, Scully sent him up 5 years ago. Didn't you know?
No, I didn't.
Oh, Chick owned some property south of Rosito, and Scully wanted it for oil drilling or something. Chick asked too much, and Scully figured a way to get it from him in court. Had it condemned or something.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Chick got kind of sore. He met the old man on the street one day, and, well, they convicted Chick of attempted murder. 2.5 years.
And Chick looked up Scully's daughter when he got out of prison and started making love to her to get even.
Why, yes, Spade, that's just the way it started. Only Chick was the sucker after all. He really went for the creature. He married her 3 weeks ago in Reno, the poor sap.
Anybody else know about that part of it?
Only me. I was best man.
By the way, Danny, did you rap Julio Seda Baca over the head last night and toss him in the bay?
Who's Julio, whatever his name is?
An actor who happened to look something like old man Scully. Enough like him to keep his mouth closed when I was there, but who might want to open it later.
I don't know what you're talking about, Spade.
Didn't think you would.
But I don't like it.
Yeah, boy.
Timmy? Joe?
Yeah.
Throw this bum out. I'm sick of looking at him.
Get out. And they did. It was 2 against 1, and I'd been up late the night before. I was doing very well, though, until somebody stooped to a form of subterfuge I have long since grown to hate. I was borne on 2 swarthy shoulders out of the club and into the open air. I was on a balcony, and a good stiff sea breeze was blowing. I didn't enjoy it long.
1, 2, 3.
The water was cold but refreshing, and I managed to swim the 5 feet to shore. And that was my limit. I hung onto a slippery piling which supported the Blue Goose above me and partially hid the antechamber in front of me. It had been a wine cellar once and a loading dock, I suspected, during Prohibition. This time it was a hideout.
Keep your hands up, Spade. Close the door.
Chick, please.
Keep out of this, Helen.
You're crazy, Thorpe. You got this all wrong.
Spade's right.
There's probably a $5,000 reward out for me right now. They want me dead or alive, and you're here to tell me how wrong I am. Well, it'll be dead, Spade. They'll never take me, and you aren't going to.
Listen to reason.
I've listened to all the reason I'm going to listen to. From now on, I'm doing things my way. I got nothing to lose now. I'm getting out of here. So long, baby. It's been great.
He leaned over to kiss her goodbye, and that is when I rediscovered that my wet revolver, even though it wouldn't fire, still had plenty of power left.
Mrs. Spade, thank you. Thanks for doing that.
As you know, Doctor, I turned Chick Torpy over to the police along with Danny Cavillo and took Helen Scully home. She ran upstairs with many tears, and I met you in the library. You seemed relieved when you heard that Torpy had been apprehended. However, I had some other questions to ask. You answered.
All right, Spade, all right. I suppose it'll all come out anyway. 2 nights ago, Chick Torpy came to the house to have it out with Mr. Scully. He told him about their marriage. There was an argument. I was the only one in the house. I heard shots, ran in the room, and found Mr. Scully dead. The marriage certificate was in his hand. I knew this would involve Helen, and so I did what I did. Oh, it was a nightmare. I hid the body, hoping to find a way, perhaps a death certificate on accidental shooting or something.
In other words, you were helping Torpy get away with murder.
Yes, but I was thinking only of Helen. Her father did love her.
But you'd already sent a letter to me. You knew I'd be here the next morning. You'd seen an actor on a television program. He resembled Scully. You hired him for a job. You told Helen that Chick had killed her father and told her what kind of acting she had to do.
Oh, it was crude, perhaps, but I didn't want you to become suspicious when a death report did show up. I intended to hire you and fire you.
Only it didn't work out. I followed Torpy here and found the body.
Oh, I've been such a fool, Spade. Helping a man get away with murder, I want to confess it all. I suppose this will make me an accessory to murder.
Not exactly.
You mean there's a way out?
There's a way out, and you were going to take it.
What?
I was over to your apartment before I came here. You're all moved out. The doorman tells me your luggage has been at the station all morning. What'd you do? Came here to rifle the safe?
No, see, here's Spade.
Stop it. You were waiting around to see if they took Torpy dead or alive. Dead, he couldn't talk, and you'd be okay. Alive, you're ready to blow town. You bumped Scully.
No.
Get back there. Then you did your best to hang it on a chick. Helen thought he really did it and played along with you. You're not an accessory to murder. You're a murderer on a double count. That actor was knocked on the head before he drowned.
Oh, just a minute, Spade. This can be fixed if you...
Shut up! Period. End of report.
Sam, I don't understand.
What, Angel?
I don't understand, Sam.
What?
Well, you say you turned Chick Torpy over to the police, yet Dr. Kensington was the murderer.
A formality, F. He will be released and cleared in short order. Anything else?
Well, yes. What about Danny Corvillo?
An innocent bystander.
But he had you beat up and knocked on the head.
And he has already made amends with those tickets to the fights. No more questions, F. Type this up and I'll give you the happy ending.
And now, listen to this. School days will soon be here, mothers. To make sure Junior's hair is always neat and well-groomed, get after those cowlicks and stray strands with Wild Root Cream Oil, the famous hair tonic that grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. And remind Dad to ask his barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too.
What is it?
Look, Sam, look.
What is it?
Look, Sam, look.
All right, I shall rephrase the question. What? Oh, I see. You mean the magazine look, huh?
They said an advance copy. It's not even out till next Tuesday.
What's it doing here?
Oh, look at them. CDs.
Who? Who are these people here?
That's Sam Spade.
What?
On the radio. You know, Howard Duff. He plays you on the radio.
Howard Duff. Why don't I play it on the radio?
You're not the type, I guess.
Yeah, look here. Sam Spade dictating to Effie. Hey, she's not bad, you know. Not bad.
Oh, really? Got actressy, I thought.
What is it?
Levine Tuttle. Levine. The name is so actressy.
As Bill Spear, Spade producer, gives final instructions. Look at him. He has 9 o'clock shadow. Well, come on. Let's get out of here. Go to the fights.
Oh, Sam. Then I can't say it.
Say what?
Well, if you're taking me to the fights, I can't very well leave and say goodnight, Sam, can I?
Well, you can try. It's expected, you know.
All right. Good night, Sam.
Grins. Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade was written for radio by E. Jack Newman. Musical direction by Lud Gluskin, with score composed by Pierre and Renee Garrigang. Join us again next Sunday when author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. This is Dick Joy reminding you to...
Get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie. Keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Charlie. Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.